Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you know that this is actually a re-upload of a stream that I did back in September of 2024, where we were doing the 4th anniversary of the Psymori Tierlists. In this episode, we talked about different protagonists and heroes throughout media, and there were some technical difficulties, and Goldie even had to leave midway through the stream, and so I do have to apologize for all that. But I hope you guys do enjoy regardless. I recommend you guys watch this in the form of a podcast because of how long this stream was, but I still think it was pretty enjoyable. And if you guys can, of course, hit the subscribe button down below and turn on the bell icon if you want to directly support me. But either way, I hope to see you guys real soon. Hey guys, Sly here. I apologize. We're dealing with some technical difficulties right now involving the internet, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, don't worry. Goldie said that he's gonna be taking a few minutes, so don't worry about the other VODs being like weird right now. It's a technical thing.
But sweet.
But anyways, welcome back. Excuse me. Welcome back to another episode of the Psymori Tierlists. So that's pretty awesome because
Let's go.
4 years as far as like the stream in the making, because obviously you started back in 2020. And I don't know, that's just still really weird to me. Like,
yeah, it's been so freaking long since we started this. It's just like, oh god.
yeah. And don't you fret, because there's still plenty of tier lists that I've got in the back burner that I am definitely thinking of doing. So we've got at least a few more years.
Hey.
So I'm pretty excited. But before we
Awesome.
actually get into this particular list, I've got an announcement for you guys. So, well, okay, I announced it already on YouTube and TikTok, because I still have my TikTok. So I already mentioned that I am going to be doing the Caspian Awards for 2001 and 2000 in the next few days. But I actually am also going to be gone this weekend because I'm actually going to be going to Los Angeles, which I'm pretty excited about. So but more importantly, I got myself another announcement involving that. So working, there we go.
Alrighty.
You can still hear me, Sai, right?
Like, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, good. So let me show you exactly what I'll be doing in Los Angeles. I have to mute the audio because it's copyrighted music. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing that correct. For the first time ever, I will be doing a cosplay.
Yeah, let's go.
So let me where's my there they are. It's been a while since I've used the sound bit. I don't know if you can hear it, but I don't care. But yeah, no, I'm genuinely excited about this because it's like I've been going to a lot of conventions, specifically in places like California, Nevada, even like a few in Arizona. It's just kind of in that like region. I don't live around there. I just kind of, but I'm just excited about doing this because I don't know, there's just been a lot of I wanted to branch out and like just kind of showcase the love, especially since this year was the 20th anniversary for Sly 2, my favorite game of all time, and I wanted to actually give my boy a little bit of love. So
it was 20th anniversary, wasn't it?
yes, 2 weeks ago.
Oh my
Sly
god.
2 Band of Thieves, my favorite game of all time, turned 20 years old.
That is insane to think about, actually.
It makes me sad that it's been that long ago.
Yeah, I think I remember when that was new.
I do too. Like, I hate getting old.
The march of time persists. And
So-
it brings us Sly Cooper.
So suffice to say, I hope to see you guys. If you guys are watching, I hope to see you guys in Los Angeles. If you guys are in the area, I'll be going to LA Comic Con. First 2 days cosplaying as Sly, and then the final day, I'll just be kind of wearing my normal, well, not normal, just kind of more special occasion emo scene clothes. So, of course, I'm pretty excited about that. And of course, let's not forget, I'll also be going to When We're Young a few weeks after that in Las Vegas, so that's pretty exciting. But enough about announcements. Let's get to the actual tier list proper. Hopefully Goldie will join in a little bit. If not,
Hopefully.
because he did text me that he is
Trying to get his stuff up.
yeah, it's so stupid that like I feel a lot of this shit happens.
Oh yeah, that's the wonders of streaming. The wonderful scuff.
Yeah, don't worry. Also, I guess one minor announcement. Yes, I will make sure that like both the video game console tier list and this tier list get uploaded onto YouTube before I leave. So, like onto YouTube. So I'll make sure that this part gets cut off. And it looks like Goldie's returned. So.
Well,
I have returned.
Oh my gosh,
I
I no
have
longer have
returned.
a face.
I have returned after technical difficulties.
You missed my announcement.
Grr.
How dare you miss my Sly Cooper cosplay announcement?
Blame my computer. Blame my computer for that.
Your
I am-
computer's not a Sly Cooper fan, apparently. You need
No,
to.
my computer's not. My computer's not really a fan of anything. Actually, it's not a fan of anything.
It's just like, leave me out of this. I don't want no part of this.
Especially
fandoms.
work. Especially working.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course, I guess since you finally dropped in, I'm going to give both of you a shout out. If you guys are watching this, feel free to check out Goldie's Instagram, as well as Psymori's Twitch or YouTube.
Mm-hmm. I've been active on both, so.
Okay, I'll share the Twitch. So,
Yeah.
of course, Goldie does a lot of digital art with their characters and all that. So if you're interested in supporting your smaller creators, feel free to do so. He would definitely appreciate it. So
Yeah, please check
At least I
Goldie out.
used to,
so
because I've been rather busy with school lately. Ironic, considering I'm going to school so I can do more art.
you can still do it in your free time.
Well, just a lot of energy goes to school.
True.
I mean, valid. That's part of the reason why I haven't been streaming myself for the past few weeks. Although, to be fair, I've been doing a lot of YouTube shorts, so. But yeah, again, go make sure you guys check them out, because it would greatly they would definitely greatly appreciate it, especially since they've been doing a lot of cool stuff. So. But anyways, let's actually talk about the list itself. So, what exactly are we ranking this time? Because
Well, I see the title. I'm gonna take a guess that it's villains.
Wow.
Final answer. Date it.
heroes and protagonists in all sorts of media, not just video games, but also TV, film, and cartoons and anime. So basically, just anything that is a hero
Cool.
within like a story. So, granted, this time around I had to limit myself because usually we go obscure, but this time around, like, I had to limit myself so that it wasn't going to be like extremely bloated. And also, Although to be fair, there's still pretentious assholes online that I have to deal with, but that's besides the point. Point is that we're gonna be ranking basically heroes / protagonists. But what does that exactly entail in the context of this list? Well, you guys know me, like, even though that, like, I do like some smaller interpersonal stories involving, protagonists, I'm a huge sucker for stuff like Hey Arnold. A lot of people also would wow, I can't think of anything else, but but like, also, okay, I guess, sort of in relation to that, game-wise, I also like some more casual, like, smaller scale in terms stuff, like The Sims. I guess City Skylines is kind of in a similar boat to that. That being said, that's not particularly, like, most of the media that I prefer. Of course, I prefer a lot of stuff that is pretty action-oriented, so a lot of fantasy, a lot of sci-fi, a lot of action-adventure stuff. And we're going to mostly be ranking protagonists and heroes that kind of fall under the general banner of action-adventure or action-adventure adjacent stuff. And so, yes, that does unfortunately mean that there's going to be quite a few characters that I love, don't get it twisted, that I'm not going to be ranking just for the sake of that. But as far as, like, what makes a good hero or character, it mostly comes down to their motivations as a character, like what kind of drives them. Just sort of exactly what their cause is, and if it's like a righteous cause, and overall if they're just, an overall relatable character despite those sort of like unrelatable circumstances. Like, what flaws do they have that make them like a stronger character overall? That is what makes a good hero, at least in my opinion, is all of the above. So it's not necessarily about strength, it's about, like, how good they are at, like, basically being developed. So, and that's exactly what we'll be ranking here. So, I think those are pretty good, just sort of ground bases for this particular list, generally speaking. And, well, you guys can see this time around, we're not limiting to only franchises that I'm interested in. We're even doing franchises that I don't care about, which gives me, like, an excuse to shit on some of these, because let's just say I've got some very choice words for some of these characters. But I'm sorry.
I thought we were gonna be happy today.
No, we're gonna be angry,
Goldie, you thought we were gonna be
rant.
happy? You thought this was gonna be a nice, fun stream?
Oh, well, yes, I thought this would be like a nice, fun stream.
I'm joking when I say shitting on. Like, if you guys like these characters, that's completely fine. At the end of the day, this is all my personal opinion and these guys' personal opinions. If you disagree with us, that is absolutely fine. I just wanted to kind of, at least sort of, I don't know, just kind of give out my personal takes on what a lot of people consider to be some of the greatest just heroes and characters ever. There's really only one rule that I've got, so that's why I haven't really mentioned rules, and that's only one character per franchise. Because let's just say that if we were to, like, not have that rule, there would be way too much DC or Marvel shit on here. So,
there would be this would
and
be
Star Wars especially.
There would be a week. It'd be a week-long tier list. We'd be
like,
here all week.
Yeah, like, we would have to take multiple days to do that, and frankly, I don't have the time for that, quite actually, literally, because I gotta leave later this week. But also, it's like, that's probably better for a YouTube video anyways. And truth be told, I don't have the patience to edit a video like that. So, we only really limited it to like 100 characters that most of us generally know of, and
Mhm.
characters that, and again, one character per franchise. So, which this shouldn't be too long of a list, anyways, because we've talked about plenty of these characters before. Go watch quite literally any of my video game like series tier lists, any
Yeah.
of our TV network tier lists, or hell, even my Walt Disney animation tier list that I did last year. Like for most of these, obviously there's some that I didn't do in those lists that we'll be talking about here, especially a lot of the more live action stuff, because this is actually the first time I'm going to be talking about some like live action movie stuff here.
First times
Oh.
we were talking about like real people.
We're
We're gonna rank real
Wait,
people.
people are real?
We're gonna rank real life historical figures and judge whether or not they were cool or not.
Okay, critical.
Hey guys.
That would be a tier list he would do, though. To be fair.
Oh,
He
absolutely.
has done that. He's done
Oh
the
my-
bad celebrities tier list
Oh yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
about that. Yeah.
where he ranked like just various like celebrities who have done like either very terrible things like Bill Cosby to just celebrities who are just like they're just kind of dickheads and that's really it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like
Justin Timberlake.
just celebrities that have like a very poor reputation.
Yeah.
Usually justified, but also in other cases not really.
Mhm.
Yeah, like bad show. Which
Yeah, bad show.
he put like 80% of them in like evil though. If I remember.
Yeah, I mean it's the bad celebrities tier list, and besides, he does have an entire tier for James Corden.
I mean, I forgot.
Yes.
As you should. As you should.
Rest assured, even though people would love to see us do more wacky tier lists like that, I'm someone who prefers something that's a bit more structured. As in,
Fair,
like,
fair.
something that's, like, serious enough, even though we could joke about it all we want. But
Oh,
again, Critical does the weird tier lists. We do the more just kind of serious in air quotes ones. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're still weird, but
although if we do a villains tier list, can we put James Corden on there?
No, we
it is funny because, like, I was thinking about doing the villains tier list either next month or November, but that's a whole other conversation we can have later.
Mhm.
Let's focus on the heroes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, in any event, it's got to be like a action adventure adjacent hero, and only one character for franchise. Is that pretty good for everyone here? So
I feel
I
that's
think
pretty
it's
good.
pretty good for me.
all right, so I think that's all I got to really say. So are we ready to get into this?
Yeah.
Ready?
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, who wants to go? Again, we'll do like what we did before, where it's like, one of us chooses 3, and then the next chooses 3, and then so on and so forth. You guys have done this,
Okay.
so you
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
Should we follow the list? Like, should we go from first to last, or should we all just pick randomly?
you can pick randomly for this
Pick
one.
randomly.
And who wants to go first? Because I feel like I always go first. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Oh,
okay
my lord,
either way. I'm okay either way.
I don't think I have a link for the list.
I posted it in the private
Oh, there,
chat.
there it is. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Wait,
Also, let me
no,
make
no.
sure that like chat can actually hear you this time, because like last time we did a 3 call, it was kind of a lower volume for everyone here.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, actually, I don't think I do have the list. I mixed that up with another link.
What? It
Okay,
should
yeah,
be
you
there.
guys can- Yeah, it's in the private
Yeah,
Cooper
our
Gang chat.
private.
Oh, the
yeah,
private.
Yes.
Where is that? The Cooper
right
Gang
above
chat?
RVC.
Okay, yeah. I was going through personal DMs. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Y-
I'm here.
yeah, if
I'm
it's a
here.
if it's a group tier list, I make sure I post it in that. So
Okay, okay.
Let me just control minus. Okay, I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
I could go first if you're okay with that.
Yeah, you can go first.
Yeah,
So
Okay. So the first one I want to start with is we gotta go fast into this one, so I'm gonna start with Sonic.
oh god.
So I mean, I do love Sonic. Like I grew up with
I do
Sonic
too.
X. I played a bunch of the Sonic games back in the day. I want to play the new one that came out. I heard that's good.
Sonic Mania,
No, it was
or are we talking about the Shadow game that's coming out?
not that one. I can't remember which one that was.
I think
But-
he's thinking of the open world game.
Yeah, the open world one. Because I heard that was actually really good. But honestly, I'm okay with giving Sonic. I'd say an A tier for me. I mean, there's a lot, that Sonic has done. Technically, Sonic almost did die for Sonic Forces. That was the whole route they were gonna go with before they're like, no, that's too dark.
I mean, in like Sonic Adventure, like 1 and 2, he does quite literally save the planet.
Yeah, he saved the planet on
Like-
multiple occasions.
He aids
And,
the
like-
U.S. president.
Mhm. He turned into a werehog at one point. And plus,
Into a
I feel like
werehog.
Sonic,
Went
Yeah,
to the
he's-
Dream Realm.
yeah. While people might say he's not as iconic as like a certain other character on here that we'll get to at some point, I feel like he's a very iconic hero. Like the face of Sega.
Yeah,
anytime you
I
think-
think it's equal with
Mhm.
said character you're mentioning. I think it's equal.
Yeah.
It's, but yeah, I think he. And then this is just taking the games into account. We're not talking about the cartoons or the movies.
Oh no,
We're
you
just
can if you
taking-
want.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, we can. Okay. So
Yeah.
we can consult outside media. Okay. Well.
Yes, because this is all digital media.
Yeah, digital media.
Okay. Well, like I can't say anything about the movies because I haven't seen them. But as
Mm.
far as the cartoons go, I mean, the only one I'm quite familiar with is the first two.
Okay,
But
yeah.
with Sad AM, it is he does help lead a resistance.
Hmm.
And also he saves the animals.
He
That's
does. He saves the animals.
People don't really talk about this a lot, but it's like Sonic is like even the very first games were always about like stopping mechanization.
Mhm.
Like it's kind of a pro environmentalist game if you think about it.
Yeah.
So,
So, I mean,
I'd put Sonic up in
yeah,
A tier.
that's lie. I love hearing that mic every time.
Can you hear this?
Yeah, absolutely.
D tier.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have so many problems with Sonic overall. Like, part of it is the design, because like, it's a weird design philosophy that I just never understood. Like, you guys have probably heard it a million times, where it's like, it's kind of weird that like his two eyes are interconnected with each other, and like, he has some like weird limb proportions depending on the series. Like, it's just not a
Yeah.
design that I've ever really jived with.
Fair.
There's kind of two versions of Sonic, like the more smaller classic
Technically
era
three.
design.
Technically three.
Yeah, there's like, or the three. Yeah, there's like but generally it is like like the classic era design, and the more modern.
Yeah.
And
We don't talk about the original movie design though. We don't talk about it.
well, here's the thing as well. Like, I've like the games where he talks, I just found him to be a bit more of a smug, annoying asshole a lot of the time. And it really just got on my nerves. Like, especially around like the 6th, 7th gen era for Sonic.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know, it just really rubbed me the wrong way. I think it also doesn't help that like Sonic as a series, I mean, I've mentioned this in our video game franchise tier list. Sonic as a series has always just been kind of more mixed as far as how people feel about the games themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's generally a lot more. It's a lot more varied in quality. There's a lot that are really good, and there's a lot that are really bad, and there's a lot that are in between.
Yeah, like the quality disparity doesn't help. And also like and this is a problem that like does annoy me with some franchises, not just Sonic, but I also just don't like it whenever a series overtly relies on the hero going after one antagonist all the time. And in this case, it most of the time it's with Robotnik or Eggman or whatever he goes by nowadays. Like
Whichever name.
there's some other villains, but like he's kind of like
Yeah, Eggman's like the main one.
He's
he
the big
goes
bad
after.
of the series.
so I don't know. I just like it's weird because like obviously we mentioned like I'm just gonna spoil it. Which by the way, I forgot to mention this. Spoilers for pretty much all of these franchises. That
Yep.
should be without given.
Go without saying.
But I don't know, man. I just feel like it's like the one like platformer series from that era that I just could not really get into, and it's mostly because of the main character and honestly kind of the rest of the cast.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
So
Which
I
is funny
know,
because
like I know,
and
but
which is funny because the reason why I really like Sonic is because I do like the characters and how they just have they all just have more defined personalities compared to something like Mario.
Mhm.
but are they good personalities though?
I think they're good personalities. It varies, of course, when you have a franchise that is going on almost 30 years.
All right, fair enough.
But
Yeah.
I think generally, I guess it decides on what's your. It's kind of like because it's just one of those things where it's like it's so. I mean, generally, a lot of the characters follow the same personality as a whole, for the most part. But a lot of the time, when it comes to like those long franchises, it's more so just sort of like you can pick whichever version you prefer, and each are equally as valid. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not like there's a stark difference between most of the characters.
Yeah.
Are they?
Damn.
That's to say, I picked a very good first pick. Holy
Started
crap.
off with a big one, and I'm surprised we didn't already start arguing because I have a feeling there's some on here where there's going to be some like verbal fights, but
Like, there's one I'll wait on this pick, but
Yeah, you
I
can
like
wait.
this character, but I'm very curious on what you have to say.
I mean, at
But
the
for
end
my
of the
next-
day, because it's my stream, what I say goes. So
The streamer rules. But my next pick is actually going to be an anime character from anime I'm familiar with. I've watched quite a bit of it. I'm going with Natsu from Fairy Tail.
oh yeah, Dragon Boy.
hmm
Dragon Boy.
And
He's
I will give
pink-headed guy.
Natsu.
Yeah.
I'll give him a B at most. Now, not an A or an S, and I'll tell you why. So, like I said, I love Fairy Tail. I do like Fairy Tail. I like Natsu.
By the way,
That's-
yeah, make sure you go a little bit faster because we were on Sonic for a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
no, you're good. You're good. So obviously Natsu is a member of the Fairy Tail Guild.
Yeah.
He supports his friends. He saved the world countless times himself, as most heroes on here have. Quite a bit of heroes have. He's powerful, and if you know the ending of Fairy Tail, you know that he's very fucking powerful. The reason I put him on B and not A or S, though, is even as a Fairy Tail fan, the power of friendship. It's just like, bro. Like, how the amount of times they rely on that in fights and pull a victory out of their ass. Natsu very much included. I'm like, I love him, but the power of friendship in Fairy Tail is absolutely ridiculous sometimes. So that's my reason I'm putting him on B at most.
Yeah, like a lot of the time. I mean, to be fair, keep in mind I'm not like a huge anime fan, but I generally know, kind of the general baseline of like a lot of the anime, including Fairy Tail, because
Mhm.
my cousins were huge into anime and they tried showing this.
Mhm.
But as far as Natsu, which I ended up choosing him because like I feel like he's kind of like the main face of Fairy Tail, so
Yeah, he's the main face at least.
and yeah, like I actually do kind of like how like a lot of the time he does resolve a lot of the conflicts not through fight. Like at the end of the day, like well, yeah, he still fights a lot, but like
Yeah.
he doesn't rely on that all of the time.
Mhm.
So that's pretty, at least noble in his case.
Yeah.
That being said, though, because Fairy Tail is a series where it's like it's not really my cup of tea per se,
Mhm.
mostly because of just how long it is, and that's not a problem just with Fairy Tail. That's just a lot of anime.
A lot of.
Like I will put him in a C, but I am gonna put him in a high C.
Okay. Okay.
So, because like I do like the fact that like he recognizes that sometimes you don't need to go into a fist fight to like win battles. So, which is noble enough.
Yeah. Goldie.
I have nothing to say because I don't know anime like at all.
Oh,
So
that,
unfortunately,
Yeah, if
That's
yeah,
fair.
if you need to make a don't know tier, you can. So
Yeah.
yeah. When it comes to the characters, the characters regarding anime,
Mhm.
I unfortunately have no input.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I will say for anyone watching your VOD later with on here on YouTube, I know technically if you want to speak about main character, it's probably Lucy that's the main character. But Natsu is the main face. So
I mean,
therefore
he is like he's like
yeah, it's
he's
a
like the
very
second main
weird
character. So
yeah,
like
pretty much, yeah. But
so
I am gonna go for a character I think I'm gonna put in my S tier, honestly. And that is going to be Mulan. One of my favorite
oh
Disney
yeah.
characters of all time. I mean,
Mulan.
she saved China. She went into the army disguised as Ping, to show
To
her,
save her father
to
from
save her
dying in
father.
war.
Yeah, and we're just basing it off the first movie for now. We won't talk about the other
Yeah,
movies.
you can base this only off the 98 movie if you want to.
Yeah,
So,
and like Mulan is a certified badass, like absolutely certified badass, and I mean, I really can't think of anything else to say that anyone else has already said
No,
about her.
yeah, she
Like, she's a strong, independent. She could be a strong, independent woman.
mhm.
she stands up against the patriarchal norms of ancient Chinese culture. There,
Hmm.
I said the thing.
Yeah,
I
and
said
it's
the thing.
one of the earliest examples I could think of a female character not having to be, like the super
Super,
princessy type.
super feminine. Like
Like
to
Well,
be.
there's a few other
yeah.
on this list that are like older than Mulan that like
Well, yeah,
but
but
yeah.
when it
But
comes to those kind of
as far as like
characters, she's
yeah, as
definitely one
far
of the
as like
ones.
Disney is concerned,
Yeah,
She's
especially during the
she's
Renaissance era.
absolutely, yeah.
fair.
But no, I put her S.
Yeah, I say it's like a good. I say it's a very high A tier.
Yeah, I'll put her in A tier as well. Um I mean, Mulan is one of my personal favorite Disney movies just ever. So obviously
Mhm.
there's a bit of a bias there, but it does come from the fact that like the overall like story arc of Mulan in the original 1998 movie by Disney, the 2020
By
movie
Disney.
doesn't exist, and you cannot tell me that it exists because it doesn't.
I don't know what you're
Say-
talking about. It's not real.
But yeah, the original I think handles Mulan's character very well. Like she actually kind of she is very noble in the fact that she actually wants to help defend China, despite the patriarchy, like you guys put it, just basically just
She
denying
makes
her.
a lot of
Like,
she makes a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah.
yeah, like she makes a lot of sacrifices and like, and almost dies, I think, like twice in the movie,
I think
just
so, yeah.
for that, because of the fact that her father got conscripted, but he can't because of his condition.
He's too old.
Yeah.
Is it because he was too old, or is it because he was sick? I can't remember.
He was too old.
Yeah,
He was too old. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And,
That's
like,
what I thought it was.
If she hadn't went, he would have had to go anyway. But they
Yeah,
know
'cause
that
that's
if
what
they would have went for her, she would have
he
died.
would have, or he would have, her father would have died because he's just
Yeah,
too
no,
old to
yeah.
be in war.
Mhm.
But if they went after her to stop her, and the army found out, she would have been dead because of the laws of ancient China.
yeah,
Oh, the law. Oh, they would have killed her. I see.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
because that's why they didn't chase after her after she fled to take her father's place.
but yeah, overall, I definitely do think that, like, as far as like female Disney characters, she's way more, like, at least in my opinion, she's definitely one of the most respectable ones for sure. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I think noble is a very good word to describe Mulan
Yeah,
as a
noble.
character.
Mhm.
The only reason I don't put her in an S tier is because I'm kind of taking into account characters who don't just save like their country, but like save the world or the universe.
Mhm.
Like,
I mean, you
know,
can.
that, I guess.
I mean, you can have like a character like still save the
Yeah.
country and then can still be an S tier. It's just a matter
Yeah,
of like
I mean,
how well written the character is.
yeah, I mean,
So.
she saved the country, but my biggest reason for her S tier is wanting to save her father.
Yeah,
in the
and I
way
think,
she did.
and for me, it's just the sacrifices that and risks that she takes when doing so, because that's very important when creating a good hero, creating just a good protagonist, is that they have to basically they have to give up something that they want for something that they need, or they have to forgo something for the greater good. And that greater good can be can be very small, or it can be very big. But that's still like one of the key factors in creating a good hero is sacrifice and struggle. And Mulan definitely goes through a lot of that, especially compared to a lot of other, not discrediting these characters, but especially, in regards to a lot of other Disney protagonists. It's definitely up there in the development that she goes through, being, turning into a soldier.
Yeah. Well, and that's my 3 right there.
All right, I guess I'll go next. So I'll make these next 3 a bit quicker.
Okay.
I'll make sure that I choose characters that, like, I don't think you guys are as familiar with, but I know of because
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. First up, let's go more horror.
Okay.
Isaac Clarke.
It's Isaac Clarke. Get him.
Clark, get him.
I'm gonna put him in C tier. I mean, he is a serviceable enough protagonist, at least in the context of the first Dead Space. But like, I'm not gonna pretend that like he's like like an end all be all hero.
Yeah.
Especially since, like, at least from what I heard about the third game, they kind of wasted him a little bit.
Mm.
Yeah.
But like in the context of like the first 2 games, at least, like he's just fine. Like, I honestly don't really have anything else to say other than like he's just kind of, I feel like, the bare minimum as far as like what makes an okay protagonist. Like he's not too annoying. He has like a decent cause, trying to like basically find his spouse, or at least he thinks he's
His
trying to find
girlfriend.
him, but well,
Or thinks she's trying to find his girlfriend.
but
Mhm.
turns out that's not actually what happened. But
Yeah.
you guys know how Dead Space goes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. It's been a while since I've seen it played, but I'd say see it as well for the same reasons. I feel
Yeah.
like it's not a bad character, but like it's a big basics of a hero character,
Yeah, like
and like
yeah, like you again, like again, spoilers for this entire stream, but like the fact that he's basically going through like schizophrenia
mhm.
Yeah.
at least
and it
kind
kinda
of
just made it
adds depth.
absolutely fucked.
That does add depth, but I'm not
Yeah.
gonna pretend that's like something that like truly makes him like a true.
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta really say. Anything else for Isaac?
So what does that put him at? Just like a C tier?
I
Just
put him
like
in a C tier.
serviceable?
So
Yeah, I put him
Yeah,
at C as well.
so all right. Next up.
Next one.
Okay. Let's let's go back to Disney, but not movie. Channel.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
But who?
Let's go back to 2005,
Okay.
where we go to New York City, and or at least I think it's New York City. Whatever.
Yeah, it's Brooklyn.
Jake Long.
Jake Long.
American Dragon,
like-
Jake Log.
American Dragon Jake Long. I'd make that joke that Rebel Taxi made, but then we would get age restricted.
Yeah.
I hate how I remembered that.
Yes.
Anyways, honestly, very, 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 very different character. But the reasons why I'm putting him in C tier is actually kind of very similar to Isaac Clarke,
Mhm.
where he's just kind of your more serviceable, teenage superhero character that was, obviously very common in the mid 2000s. I like that
Just
trope.
dude.
Don't get it twisted. But
Mhm.
Gotta save the world and get to school on time.
yeah, like if I'm gonna be honest, out of that crew of like those types of
teenage heroes, I guess you could say, call them.
Yeah.
I'd
Well, not all of them
argue.
are teenage, but
I know all of them weren't teenagers, but like 11 to like 16-year-olds. Like
Yeah.
Fuck it, just say teenager. I guess we'll just say teenager, whatever.
I guess you can say he's the weakest out of them.
Yeah, like he's
Like
and at least as far as judging like the good ones, like
yeah,
the ones that
the
are
ones
just,
that
like-
people remember.
yeah, the
Right.
ones that people remember fondly. He's fine. Because sometimes Jake Long feels like a product of his time,
Very, very, very mid 2000s lingo. Very
yeah,
mid
like he
2000s
very
lingo.
very much feel like a product of his time, which can make him kind of obnoxious, maybe sometimes, but most of the time it's, you can just kind of laugh at that, and laugh at how primitive we were in 2005.
Yeah.
I like
how stupid we were.
2005 though. It's like my favorite year for video games.
How primitive we talked in 2005.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm putting him in the C tier. Any objections?
Yeah.
Nah, not
No.
really. I still love the American Dragon Jake Long, but he's just a hero kid who
Turns
Had to
into a
get a
dragon,
school-
lucky
had to-
bastard.
had to get to school on time.
I mean, that is a cool ability, though, to be fair.
it is, yeah.
I want to turn into a dragon. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Lucky bastard.
I
wouldn't
remember
really do
people
anything
shitting
with
on the
it,
second
but-
season because they completely changed the character designs.
Yeah,
Like-
which, I mean, fair, but also it's like, whatever. It's not like either design is better or worse than the other.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I have. Maybe it's because I don't have particularly strong feelings about this show. Not that I think it's bad, but it's like it's definitely not showing up on any top 10 lists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so it's like maybe that's just what you know.
It's like
it's just me saying that. But
the show itself is like a B tier. I mean, we talked about it in our tier list, so
Yeah.
yeah, like it's fine. It's a good little addition to the Disney Channel catalog, but it's not like something that you're like, oh yeah, that's up there. You know, like.
hmm
It's a good little space in between time slots for like the real epic shit.
Well, I think that's part of the problem is that like this was kind of during the era where Disney Channel didn't really have that many like great animated shows. So
Yeah.
Which is why people remember this so far.
Of course.
Not that it doesn't deserve to be.
there's
but
worse
that's
stuff there's worse things that have been remembered fondly. Let's put it that
yeah,
way.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which actually no, never mind.
Speaking
I'll save them for later.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I kind of want to do like an actual like good character. Let's go more mature, more action. Max Payne.
Okay. Max Payne.
Max Payne.
Taking pills while killing the people who killed your wife. So
Killing the people that killed your wife and baby. And endlessly.
also in New York City, by the way. So
Also in New York City, but we're in Manhattan this time, and sometimes New Jersey.
New
Which is
York, are you
like New
okay?
York. Which is like New. They are not, but that's a
okay,
whole other discussion.
I'll put them in B tier. Admittedly, part of that comes from the fact that like, admittedly, like, I tried playing the first game, but not only is it like kind of scuffed on PC because like they botched the release on the Steam version, and so you had to do like a million hoops to try to get it working in the first place.
Mhm.
But also, admittedly, some of the imagery kind of fucked me up a little bit. But that's
Yeah.
a whole other thing I kind of don't want to
Yeah,
get
I
into.
know that.
But like, this is I feel like our first like anti-hero that's on the list, which there's a lot of.
There's a lot of,
Yeah.
And
but Max Payne's an anti-hero in the sense that it's not like he's doing bad. It's just that his
life's
personality
fucked
is
up,
flawed.
and yeah, that
He's
kind of
just- he's
reflects
just-
on him as a character.
Yeah, and don't get him wrong. Like he very obviously doesn't enjoy any of what he does.
Yeah.
Like very obviously, really has some self-loathing issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I like him. It's funny, but like sad. But like you know,
I mean,
you're sad, it's
I mean,
self-loathing?
here's the thing, though. The like his original like model from the first game. I mean, that's the picture that you see there. It is kind of funny looking.
it is
like-
kind of funny because it's just a guy's face. 'Cause it's very. When did this game come out? Like 2004.
2001.
Oh,
2001.
God,
It's very early. It's very
Yeah, it's early
2000s.
2000s. So
Like GoldenEye, where it's sort of like real life photos of people on a polygon model.
Mhm.
mhm.
His designs in like the second and third game are way better and also more consistent.
Mhm.
But
yeah, as far as like just sort of tragic characters, I mean, I like his bullet time thing, and you know the fact that you can do a bunch of stunts is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And just kind of, it's fucked.
can
His
still-
story's fucked up, but it is at least relatable in a sense where it's like, yeah, I kind of get it. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, if my wife and infant daughter were brutally murdered by crack addicts, then yeah, I think I'd be pretty messed up in the head too.
Yeah.
And also, he still does heroic things, like he takes down said. I know it's not really crack; it's like a made-up drug, but
Mm-hmm.
well,
it's
he's
like
an
one of
ex-cop,
those-
so like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he's an ex-cop, but like and in the third game, he winds up taking down an organ harvesting ring.
Ooh.
yeah.
And so that's pretty good on him.
Yeah.
maybe he accidentally aided said organ harvesting ring, but when he figured that out,
Brought the maximum
he
pain.
exactly, because he was understandably very fucking pissed for being the fall guy and pawn, basically, in a scheme where corrupt Brazilian officials kidnap like the very poor people in like the favelas and harvest their organs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Damn Brazilians. Just kidding, Brazilian audience. We love you.
In Brazil, you're fine.
All right, I think that's my turn. Goldie, you're up. Anyway, let's just try to make sure that we do this quicker, because
Yeah.
Go through. Look at school tomorrow. This is. This is kind of somewhat topical. At least topical if you're in on the scene.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with Frank West.
Oh,
Continuing the theme of white, brown-haired, 30-something-year-old video game
From pretty much the same era, right?
2006,
Yeah,
like a little bit after,
much,
but
yeah. Pretty much. I would put Frank West, and Frank West, photojournalist, and zombie slayer. I would put him in sort of a B tier, a bit of a lower B tier, because I think part of his. We're mainly talking about the first game and one of the DLCs to the second game, which is canon, and I'm not talking about like Case West where it's a what if scenario.
Yeah.
Because that's not canon, but like the actually I think Case West was
We'll consider it. We'll take it into consideration.
My bad. Case West is canon. It's I just forgot the DLC where Frank is the protagonist of Dead Rising 2 instead of Chuck. I forgot the name of that. But his goals, at least somewhat, tend to be a little bit more selfish, because he is a reporter, and at the end of the day, he's just kind of trying to find his next big scoop. And he can come across as a bit especially in the second game, he can come across as a little cocky at times, though generally he's very much an everyman, which is kind of the point of his character.
Yeah.
By Capcom, as sort of a contrast to characters like Leon Kennedy or Chris Redfield in Resident Evil, where they're very much like heroic, like movie, Hollywood like badasses. But Frank's goals can be kind of selfish sometimes. Generally, when things are serious, he takes it seriously. When he learns of, in the plot of the first game, when he learned, because basically the zombie outbreak is basically like a terrorist attack as a result of a government cover-up.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to make sure this is a bit faster, because I don't want to.
Yeah, he doesn't take both sides. He doesn't which is he acknowledges that both like the government and Carlito, the villain, like the guy who started the zombie outbreak, are both equally wrong and detestable in the situation. And generally, he reports, he doesn't lie about the shit he reports about. He genuinely is interested in letting the public know the truth. So, while he can be a bit, he does kind of like the glory a little bit. He genuinely wants to produce honest journalism. So I put him in a B tier. He's, and he saves lives. He stops terrorists. He goes after big pharma. He does some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Very base. I thought you were about to say Bigfoot. I'm like, wait, when did this happen in Dead Rising?
No, I wish it did.
What the hell was Bigfoot in Dead Rising?
That'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah, that'll be insane. I mean, all those. I originally was gonna put him at C. I mean, I'll put him at low B. Just for those reasons.
He's a low B.
Yeah, because I
he's a
didn't
low
realize
B.
the whole terrorist attack thing being the zombie outbreak. Because it's been so long since I've seen anything with Dead Rising.
I mean,
Like, it's been literal years
Yeah.
since I've seen anything about it. Because I thought he was the one with the daughter. But that's probably the
no,
other
that's
character.
Chuck.
That's Last of
That's
Us.
Chuck.
Okay.
That's not just I guess that's Chuck.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's Chuck.
Anyways,
Yeah.
moving on.
Well, I didn't.
Sly. Yeah, Sly has the list.
I'll just
I'm
just
sorry.
I'll just put him in a C tier. I mean,
Okay.
I'm a little bit biased against
Fair enough.
zombie media, so like that's obviously going to be a bit of a thing to me.
Yeah.
So, but at least he's, I guess, somewhat different than a lot of other characters in zombie media. So I'll give him
Yeah.
that. But that's all I got to really say about Frank West.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's just make sure that like we get a bit quicker because again, I don't want to feel like we're.
Yeah, I'll go through some quick ones.
Okay.
real quick.
Okay.
I'll go through some speedy ones. You know, I'll talk about one that is gonna we're Finn the human.
Okay.
If any of you guys have seen like the Cartoon Network tier list that I took part in, and just generally other cartoon
Oh,
tier
trust me,
lists,
Psymori already knows where I'm gonna put Finn as well. So
Probably.
you know, but you know that as far as I'm concerned, I don't really like Adventure Time that much. There's
thank
definitely
you,
worse.
Mm.
but
thank
I do
you.
think, but I do think the show is kind of overrated. I respect that it did help Cartoon Network get out of the rut that they had been in before, in the years prior.
In the late
to it
2000s,
coming
yeah.
out. Yeah, and but I still think it's a bit overrated. And
Regular show's better.
so
Like,
regular show is better,
Hmm.
but I would, if we're judging, because we're not judging these characters on whether or not like we like them or not. I mean,
oh
that's
no,
a-
we can. Like,
That's a really. I thought this was more an objective, like just their hero.
I mean, it's
hero skill.
objective, but you can bring in subjectivity. And you want to hear where I'm gonna put Finn?
I mean, I was gonna just put him in like a high D tier because.
Oh,
in
I'm
the
putting him in
context-
F.
I was gonna give him a D tier because, in the context of the show and its universe, yes, he is a hero and does heroic things, does make sacrifices, does struggle, does develop,
Mhm.
but I just put him more in D because it's just my subjective opinion that kind of gets in the way because it's just not a story or universe just show that I don't really find myself resonating with. So
Mhm.
objectively, I mean, he could be higher if we're just disregarding our opinions.
Mhm.
But to be fair, I feel like a lot of what I said about Frank West was very subjective in that I'm a big fan of Dead Rising. So I guess I'll be subjective in the sense that this is something that I don't like.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just gonna be frank right now. Yeah, I did mention that like what makes good hero. Like I did my huge spew about like heroes, but like that's not necessarily a rule to go by off. The only rule is only one character for a franchise. Everything else, like everything you feel about these characters is fair game. And my fair game is I don't like Adventure Time. Granted, I don't hate Adventure Time. I like a lot of the character. Like I like at least the concepts of some of the characters, like
Mm.
Ice King. I just don't like the designs. I hate the
Yeah,
designs.
I hate the art style. I hate the art style so much. Not just because it sort of started a really annoying trend in cartoons for a while with its art, with a lot of people mimicking aspects of its art style.
With
But
its
I just don't think it's that
minimalistic,
good.
flowy art style.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just don't think it's that good. I'm sorry, but anyone can replicate it, and I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think a good art style should be something that a 10-year-old could replicate.
Oh god.
Only with
I'm sorry.
flags. Only flags. Like, if a kid can draw a flag, that's good. If a kid can draw a cartoon, then no.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, I'm sorry.
That's-
That's ultimately part of the reason why I put him down that low. It's mostly because I never liked that art style to begin with, and I guess it doesn't really help that, like, I don't know, especially in those early seasons, Finn was just kind of annoying.
Mm.
Like,
He
it just
was
rubbed
pretty
me.
obnoxious.
Like, it just rubbed me
Which I
the
guess
wrong
was
way. Like,
Which I guess was kind of the point. I guess.
but like, there's
but-
better characters that were annoying at first that went on to be better, that were more interesting.
like Ahsoka.
Exactly, or Ezio, which we'll get to later. Like,
Yes.
so it's like, I don't know.
Okay.
I just feel like a lot of, I don't know. Just a lot of it. It just feels very
He just,
it's very
he just
weak.
fails the vibe check. He just fails the vibe check.
Yeah, he
basically.
fails the vibe check for me. Like,
Okay.
There's no better way. There's no better way to describe it. It's just he just fails the vibe check. I don't know how else to say it.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
there's other characters that will fail the vibe check later on, so do keep that in mind.
yeah.
That-
But not that they stated their piece. Adventure Time fans, I stand with you today as the odd one out of this conversation. Do I put him in S? No. But do I put him in
No.
A? No. I will put
No.
him in B. But for one specific reason. It's because I do like Adventure Time. I understand your criticism of the art style. I do understand that. It's completely valid right there. My thing is, like you said earlier, Finn was a very annoying character at the very beginning. Very annoying, of course, being a kid and all that. I do personally like his growth, but I'm always a sucker for like growth stories like that, where there's like some sort of character development in
There's
that
better
sense.
examples of it, though.
Well, I know, but look, I'm not biased against Adventure Time like you two are with your hatred. I will not stand by while hatred slaughters my village and eats my people. I don't know how the phrase goes, but
Remember let me repeat the
Remember
phrase.
the owl?
What I say goes. So,
fair. But Adventure Time fans, watching now or in the future, I stand with you and put him at B. My say is final.
but I'm in
the
charge, so he's
character
F tier.
Wow.
Let me start my stream up so I can catch it now. No.
All right, Goldie, what's your final character?
Tyrant.
Yeah, make sure. We're really starting this conversation again. All right, what's your final character? And make sure it's quick. So yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure it's quick. Okay, good. Then I'll pick someone that just kind of goes without saying. John Wick.
Oh, John
Okay.
Wick.
Yes.
Absolute S tier.
Yes, S tier.
S tier.
S tier hero. Complete badass.
Mm.
Takes down a Russian crime syndicate.
Because
Doesn't-
it was because they killed his dog.
Abhors animal violence.
Hmm.
No civilian casualties.
Yeah,
Like-
no collateral damage. Takes great effort to avoid collateral damage. He's very violent, but generally,
But he only goes after the people who deserve it, because the people that like go after him are pieces of shit. So
Yeah.
is very violent. But I don't know if I want to say he's a peacekeeper, but
he's not, because
It's more
he's
of a
still a contract
Yeah.
killer. So
Yeah, I feel like it's more of a justifiable violence in his case.
yeah, like it's just justified violence. And I'm not talking about him in Payday 2 because
that's
like,
not canon. So
Yeah, it's not.
it's
canon,
not
Yeah.
canon. Yeah, it's a fun portrayal, but it's not canon.
Yeah. John Wick took $10 from my bank account.
Robbed the First World Bank like 30
Yeah.
times.
He's pretty good
Which
at
is something which is something that the movie John Wick wouldn't really do. Like, he wouldn't
Yeah,
really
no.
rob banks.
Well, keep in mind when that DLC pack came out, only the first movie was a thing. So
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Just a fun little thing.
his rules and morality wasn't clearly defined as it is now.
mhm.
Yeah. But no, I'm happy putting him in S tier as well.
I mean, it helps that he's played by Keanu Reeves. Which,
Yeah, one of the most likable people on the face of the planet.
And he's breathtaking.
But yeah,
He'd
no,
even
like
win
as
too.
far as like these types of action thriller heroes are concerned, yeah, he's definitely the most recent one to come out, or at least one of the more recent ones. But there's a reason why he's become like a cultural phenomenon. It's because, again, he's still somewhat morally gray as far as like his, ideals, but he's still someone that you want to root for because at the end of the day, like, he just wanted to live the peaceful life after his contracting days. But but assholes just keep getting in his way, and
Yeah.
he just wants none of it anymore. And besides, the people that he goes after, they're pieces of shit anyways, so it's
way
justified.
worse than him.
There's a reason he's
far.
known as not the boogeyman, but the guy you send to kill the fucking
Baba Yaga.
boogeyman.
Yeah, he's the
Baba
Baba Yaga.
Mhm.
So
I guess that's what I meant when I tried calling him a peacekeeper, and that he wants to be left alone. Like, he
Mhm.
doesn't go out of his way to create violence. He's violent, but
he only
still
reacts
restrained.
when people react to him.
Exactly.
Yeah, he still exercises restraint.
Yeah.
Is what I meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
Roll.
All right.
My turn now.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay.
Your turn now.
Now I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna start off with Naruto. Now
Oh boy.
the interesting thing with this, I want you both to guess where I'm gonna put Naruto.
You're gonna give him like a B tier.
Catch your guess. Sly, what do you think?
C tier?
You would be right on that. I am gonna give him a C tier. And
Dang.
look, all right. I liked Naruto. I loved watching Naruto growing up, like the original series. And he was this poor orphaned kid after his parents had died. Fuck the third Hokage, by the way. But he had a tough upbringing because he really had not many people, there for him, and he eventually grew into this great shinobi. The reason I put him in, obviously he saved the world, countless times. He's defeated powerful villains. We don't talk about the martyr death, but the reason I put him in C is for the whole, oh, you were the reincarnation of this deity thing that they did ship it in towards the end. I fucking hated that. I'm gonna be honest. I hated
so they
it
turned it
much.
into a Chosen One story.
Yeah,
Exactly.
kind of a cliche.
I
Kind of
hated
undermined.
that they did that so fucking much. I like most of Shippuden, but good god.
I feel like that would kind of undermine a lot of the development and
It did! It reminded
training
me
that he
so
went through.
freaking much!
I mean,
hurt.
there is a saying that we have here on the in the Sly Army.
Mm.
We hate Chosen One stories.
I fucking hate Chosen One stories.
Yeah.
There's some exceptions to the rule, but well, they're exceptions for a reason. And well, because of that, yeah, Naruto's going in a C tier. But I will say, this one's weird for me because even though I'm not big into anime, that for whatever weird reason, this was like the one manga that I was read all the time in 8th and 9th grade.
Yeah. I think it's good, but
I mean,
they're just they dropped the ball with later on so much.
I only got up to like 32, I think. So I didn't go all the way.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he's fine. Like the world of Naruto seems kind of interesting. Like weirdly enough, I know it's technically older, but it kind of gives me like and I know that this isn't an anime, but it kind of gives me some Avatar: Last Airbender vibes with its world.
Yeah.
So that's cool. But
Yeah.
that's all I gotta really say.
Okay. Goldie?
He doesn't.
I can't say much.
Oh yeah,
It's-
yeah, anime.
the
that's
anime
right.
is that's not my.
He knows
field of
less about
expertise.
anime than I do, and I don't like. I'm not the anime guy either. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now speaking of it's not an anime, but it is a video game that's sort of anime-esque. And
Oh,
one of my
oh,
favorite
no.
game series of all time is I am going to talk about Sora.
oh, never mind. Okay, I thought you were gonna talk about
Yeah,
something
no.
else. Okay.
No. But I'm glad we talked about the Chosen One. I am going to give Sora. Look, I love my boy, right? I am a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. I am willing to put Sora in more of the A tier, which surprisingly I didn't put him in S. I'm gonna keep my own personal bias aside for a bit. But like you would think, like Sora's like, oh, the chosen one of the Keyblade, the chosen one stuff darkness. Technically not. When he gets the Keyblade, he was chosen because the person that was chosen ended up turning into darkness. So he was not the chosen one initially.
He's the chosen one. Okay.
Yeah, he's the scraps.
He picked up the torch. Or the
Pretty
chosen
much.
one.
Yeah.
Because the
And then, of
chosen one
course, that
fucked up.
Yeah, chosen one eventually took that back, but he got it back through the power of friendship. Hi, Natsu. And then of course there was a whole like, I think I'm trying to remember correctly if it was a whole prophecy thing of, but like I think it wasn't initially talking about him. It was talking about a different character. It's a very weird to explain. It's very hard to explain without going into too much
As
detail.
Kingdom Hearts is as a whole.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the dude will do anything for his friends. He saves multiple worlds countless times. Technically, did sacrifice himself twice, at least twice. There's the one at the end of one, and one time at the end of 3. So he's not above putting himself before others. And like he has some fun, wacky adventures sometimes, and he, of course, has a serious moment. And he's not a Keyblade master technically, but I think it just proves you don't need to be a Keyblade master to do all the shit that he's done. So I'm willing to put him in A tier.
I know I've been putting a lot of characters in C tier, and I'm still gonna do that for Sora. That's the
Okay.
most. Although to be fair, I think I like, at least from what I've seen with Kingdom Hearts 3, I prefer him in 3 than like the first 2 Kingdom Hearts. It's kind of similar criticisms I have with Finn. Although to be fair, he's a much better character as far as like characters that are kind of annoying at first and then kind of grow out of it. And like I said, I think by the time of 3, like his development was definitely earned. But
Yeah.
keep in mind that like you're talking to someone who also wasn't the biggest Kingdom Hearts fan to begin with anyways, and so there's a little bit of a bias inherently.
Yeah.
I'm willing to retry the games, don't get it twisted, because like
Yeah.
I like the idea of like, bunch of Disney universes just kind of coming together, beating the shit out of each other, beating shit out of each other with keys. But as of right now, I'll keep him in the C tier.
Okay.
So I guess you don't
I've
know
never
Goldie.
played Kingdom Hearts, so I
Yeah.
can't say anything on the matter.
Fair.
Mhm.
All right, one more character
Okay.
for you.
One more character for me. We're gonna go with Frodo T. Baggins.
Frodo.
Frodo, Mr. Frodo. I will also put Frodo. Now, people are gonna be like, "Why just here?" I'm gonna put him in A as well. Now, people are gonna be like, "Why this tier?" Like, obviously, Frodo, is the one that helped pretty much carried the raid into Mordor and set the fire. And, I mean, it's an iconic scene. They're arguing at the meeting in Rivendell, and he's like, "Okay, I'll be one to go," because everyone else is arguing with each other.
Yeah, everyone wants to do it, but they don't want other people doing it because.
Yeah. And obviously, Frodo is very persistent through dealing with the power of the ring.
Yeah.
And he does falter once, like at the end. Unfortunately, he pulls in a seal door. Eventually, of course, the ring goes in. But the reason I put him at A, I think he would not have succeeded if it weren't for the other character. If he was on the list, I would have put him in S,
Sam.
which is Samwise. Because Samwise helped so fucking much.
Sam helped, but he's not the main character.
He's not the main character, which is why he's not on here. But
Yeah.
that's my reason I put Frodo in A. Because without Sam, I think Frodo obviously would have failed the quest. And gave in to the power. Which, I mean, granted, again, he persisted for so long.
He persisted for so long up until the very end.
Yeah, and he pulled in a seal door.
So. But yeah,
So,
I mean, I'm biased because I love Lord of the Rings. It's my favorite movie series.
oh, same.
So, like, those 3 movies were great. And I'll even say this, the Hobbit movies are overhated. Like,
Yeah. Like, are they the best things? They could be better, but they're not bad.
except for Battle 5 Armies. That one I will say is not very good, but that's a
Mm.
different tier list for a different time. But as far as like Frodo, yeah, I'd probably say the same. I'll put him in A tier. Like he's definitely very noble as far as like being the one who is willing to go out to Mordor on even initially trying to do it on his own until Sam basically was like, no, you're not going alone.
Yeah.
I'm going with you. And I mean, here's the thing is that with Frodo, I definitely do agree with like, yeah, he could have eventually been overtaken by the ring.
Mhm.
But also let's not forget that he is very not shrewd, but like he was a lot more easily manipulated because he fell for Gollum's shit, which
Yeah.
got him caught into
It's kinda-
Shelob. So
Kind of naive sometimes.
naive. That's
Yeah.
So that does get the better of him. But overall, I do think that like despite those flaws, he's still very respectable in his own right. And really does kind of, even if they were apart, he still kind of kept the fellowship together, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, Elijah was pretty great, like regardless.
Oh, absolutely.
So Goldie?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
So A tier?
A tier.
Go. I like that.
Similar.
All right, let's go to the opposite of how I feel about fantasy franchises. And I know people are going to be pissed with me with this, but I don't care. It's my show. Harry Potter.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'm putting this motherfucker in F tier. So, we already said this. We hate Chosen One stories in it. And Harry Potter is the definition of everything wrong with a Chosen One.
The Chosen One cliche.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, and this is coming from someone who not only just watched the movies, I also read the first 3 books. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't help that, like, okay, I'll get to that in a second. But, like, so, like, I am familiar with this guy. And it sucks because it's like, I love fantasy, I love Lord of the Rings, I love Warhammer, I like Final Fantasy. I used to play Magic the Gathering until the whole fucking Pinkerton situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I love fantasy. But Harry Potter was just the one fantasy franchise I just could not get into. And it's because the main character himself is quite literally the most bland, vanilla wafers character as far as, like, mainstream franchises are concerned. And
He does not have many character traits that are really nuanced or interesting at all.
it also doesn't help that, like, in the first 2 books/movies, everyone was worshipping him, and then immediately just kind of changed their tune halfway through the second, like, story.
Yeah, like they.
It was such an
at first,
awkward
like,
thing.
Yeah, at first, like, it's so superficial how he's instantly gained the respect from, like, the students and, some of the teachers at Hogwarts in the Wizarding world. And I don't care if I don't care if he comes from an abusive family. Like, it's still just, at that rate, it just kind of becomes more wish fulfillment-y.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Hmm. So yeah, no, I hate Harry Potter,
It's-
and he's
it's
F
not
tier
like the
where he
owl.
goes. So
It's not like the Owl House where, like,
oh, I thought you were...
Luz takes a lot of, like, has to take time to, like, adjust to the boiling isles.
Yeah.
Like, even though she's at first utterly fascinated by it and thinks it's like a dream come true, it's
Mhm.
quickly shown to be a lot more, like, chaotic and complicated than it appears in the books that she reads. And it very clearly, by, like, episode 1, is shown to not really mesh well with that environment at first.
Yeah.
Which, again, is
But-
why...
But we're not talking
Yeah.
about Luz. We're talking about Harry Potter. So
Why isn't she here? God, why didn't I fucking think of...
you should have mentioned her. We hadn't.
I should have mentioned... I've been lost. I'm losing my edge.
Oh no.
Fucking soft.
Yeah, we ran out of spaces. Like, there were so many
Hey.
other characters I did want to have on this list, but we just could not get to because we ran out of
Yeah.
slots. But anyways,
I mean-
where are you gonna put Harry Potter?
I'll put him in F as well. Like, I loved the
Put him in
movies
F?
growing up.
Base.
Like, even at the most high, I'll put him in a D or F or D. He's not
I'm
getting above a
actually
D.
surprised. I thought you were gonna put him in like B or A.
Well, here's the thing. I do love the movies, right? Fuck the author of the books. We're just focusing on the movies.
Yeah, fuck J.K.
Um,
Rowling.
Yeah, fuck J.K. Rowling.
Fuck
But
J.K.
now
Rowling.
the way you put it, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, no, he's very vanilla.
Yeah,
the
he's
main
a basic bitch. He's a basic
Like-
bitch. Like,
Yeah.
Like, Snape is a lot more of an interesting character because he has layers to him. He has a little more layers to him.
yeah,
but-
name me one defining like personality characteristic of like the main character Harry Potter himself. You can't.
He
You
has a
can't.
scar on his forehead.
Like, that's
Or
not a
that-
character like personality trait though. That's just
And
a
you know what?
physical trait.
I don't
Holy
care what anyone. I don't care what anyone says. The real chosen one of that story was Neville Longbottom. I said what I said.
Hello, Psymori, it's me, Harry Potter.
Okay. James Corden, is that you?
It's
Goldie,
me,
I don't think
Harry
you.
Potter.
I don't think you set your ranking, but I'm assuming I know where it's going to be.
It's me, Harry Potter. In the F tier.
Yeah, fuck Harry Potter. Like, we don't. Like, I mean, I will. This is the last thing I'll say before I move on.
Mhm.
Part of my reason why I hate Harry Potter so much is because my relatives love Harry Potter. So, like,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
It-
fair. That's fair.
But yeah, no, we don't. We're anti Harry Potter in this house. So
Yeah. I mean, I'll still enjoy the movies, but yeah, no, there's not for the main character.
all right. Next up,
Okay.
let's go for to Jack from fucking
Samurai Jack?
no, Jack and Daxter.
Or are we in-
Oh,
Ah,
Jack and Dexter. Okay, okay.
Jack of Jack. The titular Jack of Jack and Dax.
So
D-Jack.
I will admit, keep in mind, I've only yes, I grew up with the PlayStation 2, but like he was like the one character I didn't grow up with. Because like I grew up with Sly, I grew up with Ratchet. Hell, I grew up with fucking Prince of Persia and like fucking other shit. Yeah, Devil May Cry. But I didn't grow up with Jack.
Yeah.
So I will admit this is biased, but for not the reasons that you think. I'll put him in a C tier, mostly because I just didn't grow up with him. Like,
Okay.
so like, because like I'm only familiar of it whenever like he was silent before he became an edgelord. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's all I gotta say about Jack.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I put him in B personally because I did grow up with the Jack and Dexter games. Like, I do love the Jack and Dexter games. I mean, I have a very complicated love-hate relationship with Jack too.
Yes, you do.
Very complicated. But just the personality switches of Jack. Like, granted, I can understand between 1 and 2. I mean, with how long Jack was tortured, but in like the beginning of 2, before you start playing as him. But
Okay, I don't know about that. What the fuck?
yeah, he was pretty much tortured when he got sent to the future, and the Crimson Guard, whatever, had found him.
No wonder why he's an edgelord. My god. Like,
Yeah, there's a reason he can use Dark Ego in 2. Because experiments.
okay.
And of course 3, Jack's thing was all over the place between the 3 games. I love the games. I love Jack. But then of course it turns out he's the son of the king of the wizard, the guy who's the king of the desert wasteland city.
Even though he's from the past, but okay.
He's from the future. They made it so fucking convoluted.
I mean,
that
that's Naughty Dog for
too.
you though. Like Naughty Dog could be fucking weird with their stories sometimes.
Yeah. But like, of course, 1, he had tiny bit of personality, not too much, but
he didn't talk. He was mute.
He didn't talk, but you could see some of the little bits of personalities in cutscenes, tiny bit, sometimes. But that's all I gotta say. I'm okay putting him in B, just because he's all over the place in 3 games.
All right, Goldie.
Where'd you guys throw him at?
I threw him in C.
I threw him in B.
I have not played the games.
Okay.
I just know that. Just don't know. Who's next?
All right, last one. Let's do one that's let's do another one that I have a feeling you guys know where I'm gonna put them, and it's not gonna be high.
Oh.
He-Man.
He-Man.
I'm putting him in like low D, high F.
Okay.
Low D, high F.
He's
what does He-Man do? Like, what does he do? I've only ever seen the live-action movie.
What?
So.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I don't know if that's good or bad. Oh no!
I didn't even know that there was a live-action movie.
Me neither.
So all I really know about He-Man in the live-action movie is that he travels to modern times, and by modern times I mean like the 80s, and he rides around in a pink Cadillac. I'm not joking. I'm not making it. I'm not making a gay joke. Like, he does like ride around in a pink Cadillac.
Hold on, I gotta look that shit up. Hold on. He-Man live action.
Yeah, 1987.
Masters of the Universe.
Oh my god.
This is a thing?
It was the 80s. It was the 80s.
We have a movie night soon. I want to watch Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, he drives around in a pink Cadillac.
It didn't even. How did you see this?
I'm not making like a gay joke. Like that's.
I know. Like, how did you not? How did you not see like at least like one of the cartoons? But you saw this.
I
Conan
watched
looking ass
videos. I watched Nostalgia Critic videos from a very young age.
Well, there's your problem
Aw.
right. There's your problem right there.
So I know way too
God.
much about.
I
I
want
know way too much.
You know what? Because this movie, now that you told me this movie exists, I'm moving him down to F.
Who's he played by? Yeah, he's played by Dolph Lundgren. You know,
Oh my god.
you
I need
know,
to see this movie.
Captain. Ivan from
Mhm.
fucking Rocky.
I'm not putting this
Yeah.
on my wiki, by the way. Anyways, that is not what He-Man is. He's basically just kind of he's basically just Conan the Barbarian, but for kids.
Mhm.
And
if Conan had powers.
yeah, and if it was more fantastical than Conan is. Not that Conan
Yeah.
the Barbarian wasn't already fantastical, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's more
Like-
magic in He-Man and stuff like that. Like it's kid magic.
It's kid
Yeah.
magic. And
Kid
well,
stuff.
it's by Mattel, so you know what that entails.
That's
I was
simple,
just
yeah.
gonna say, like My Little Pony magic, kind of. I was just gonna say.
Well, I mean, there. You want to know why I don't cover
I know
shit from
not-
like?
I know not quite, but
Well, you know why I don't usually like covering shit from like the '80s, like before.
you just don't like the 80s.
I mean, I don't like the '80s. That's like, but
Mm.
part of it is because a lot of kids' cartoons back in the 1980s were made only to sell merchandise,
Sell toys,
Yeah.
and
so they were extremely formulaic.
they were extremely formulaic, especially like, which I know this is gonna piss off '80s kids, but guess what? They're not here, so I'm fine.
They're not here.
But like,
They're at home with their wives, dude. They're getting married. Go
but
home,
like a
where's your
lot of those
wife?
cartoons, like they all follow the same formula, where it's like it's a group of like general like like protagonists, and then you've got yourself your
bland
group of
ensemble of good
villains
guys.
that you got your group of villains typically led by a very annoying screechy sounding villain, and use Hanna-Barbera tactics as far as animation to just kind of like do the entire show.
Mm.
Like, granted, to be fair, this version of He-Man that I got in this picture, it's from like a newer version. I think
Yeah.
from like 2019, so like fairly
I think so,
recent.
yeah.
So like maybe they tried doing something similar to like the 2011 Thundercats.
Yeah. I think
but-
I heard. I can't remember if this one, the newer one, was not as bad, or if it was like decently better at all.
But I don't know. But either way, I also it ultimately just comes from not just the fact that this was made from a toy line, but also it's like it's just a design that I just don't like, because it's like
The very generic 80s, like
it's
boy
very
barbarian.
it's very much the type of 80s that I just do not like.
yeah, it's very
very
80s,
stiff.
80s barbarian.
Very stiff, like as far as animation goes, and not really anything different from something like Thundercats or whatever. Like pretty much all cut from the same cloth.
It's just the fantasy version of G.I. Joe. There, I said it. So,
Practically.
so
I'm okay. Put him at maybe a high F, low D. I'll put a high F for now. Just because there's some stuff for those, like, I'm not saying like, oh, it's a great show, but there's some goofy shit to have come out of that show. But we're not talking about the show. But I'll put him at F.
Goldie.
No, I think I already said my case when it came to the He-Man movie. I shared the same opinions. I don't care.
Say a ranking, Goldie.
I put it in D because I don't care.
Oh
for
my
cartoons.
What?
Okay.
Because I don't care for cartoons at this era, but at the same time, like they're very inoffensive, and that's the problem. But also,
But,
it's like
But you know I'm also the type of person who gets annoyed with shit that's like super inoffensive. So
I know, I do too. But I know what it's like to be offended by watching movies, so
Yeah.
I know how terrible things could be.
All right, choose your character.
My turn.
Your turn.
My turn. Can we talk about something good?
Yes.
Okay.
Make sure it's not any of the big three, by the way.
It's not any of the big three. Why don't we talk about um why don't we talk about Agent 47? Let's talk about a very
All right, let's do it.
a very morally gray character.
I guess some
To
could
say
say
the least.
proto John Wick, but you know.
Sort of.
Yeah, the way.
Shit,
I'm gonna put him in
You know
A
what?
tier.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
was like, you know what? I'm gonna put him in an A tier. Like, evaluating like some of the, like, yes, on terms of like his personal morals, like he's probably like right in the middle, like the closest you could get
Yeah,
to
he's like
being
the
like right in
out
the
of the
middle.
characters on this list, he's like he's like the least removed from being like a hero. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah, because like at the end, like yeah, like John Wick is also a contract killer, but so is 47, and he doesn't really have many of those he doesn't have like the humane some of the more humane traits that John Wick has. Like 47 doesn't have like like that love for his dog that like John Wick has, where John Wick does show to care about, he does care about some people. And to an extent you can
well,
say that about
47 does, because
47.
like in Hitman and Silent
Yeah.
Assassin, like whenever he first tried retiring from like contract killing,
Yeah.
like his
He
friends
did
at the
he
church, like they got fucked over with, which
Father
got him back into it.
Father
So
I think his name was Father Vittorio. Like
I
he
don't
did
remember,
care
but
about Yeah, I think his name was Father Vittorio. Like he did care about him obviously, and he is shown to like care about his handler Diana as well to an extent. But at the same time, it's sort of like, generally speaking, like he does what he's told.
Mm.
Is
yeah.
kind of the thing. Like he does what he's told. He says it multiple times himself. Like he does what the contract tells him to do.
Yeah.
It's just that the games all do a pretty good job at showing that the contracts are very terrible people. Some of which are absolutely monstrous people,
Which
which is
is
what puts him in an A tier, because
yeah.
any type of evil he's gone after, crime lords, corrupt politicians, like
Cartel
political
members, like
hell members, dictators, warmongers,
everything
sex
essentially.
traffickers, drug dealer. Oh, we already mentioned drug
Yeah, like he's
dealers,
done everything. Like he's gone
Yeah.
after everyone.
rapists,
And I
serial
will
killers.
hold on. Well, here's the thing as well. Like I guess the one thing that people will point to is, oh, he can pretty much kill anyone that he wants. Oh, but here's the thing. Canonically, he also tries to make sure he doesn't do collateral. So
Yeah, canonically he does. Canonically, he does avoid collateral. It's brought up especially more so in the World of Assassination trilogy, and also it's discouraged by the game because you lose points from killing
yeah.
non-targets.
Yeah.
So I think that's, for me at least, that's just proof enough to show like canonically he avoids like non-target casualties. I don't want to say civilian because, some of the people that you can kill probably also deserve to be targets as well.
Mhm.
But I think there's only a select few NPCs that aren't targets that you don't get a penalty from killing. But regardless, despite his very, very, very morally gray character, he goes up against. I mean, in the Rule of Assassination trilogy, he pretty
Okay.
much goes up against the frickin' Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just by that nature, I think that propels him into an A tier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I put him in a B tier myself for a lot of those reasons. Plus, I'm not as familiar with the Hitman games. Obviously, I know them. I played a little bit of one of them. But, like, there's definitely some points that I did not know about that you guys were talking about. So, I feel pretty satisfied putting him in a B.
All right, fair enough. All right, what's your next pick, Goldie?
Let's continue with the more morally gray characters. Let's talk about Aiden Pierce
Oh my God,
from
D.
Right.
God.
the guy in the trench coat himself,
Mm.
Aiden Pierce.
This guy is literally everything wrong with edgelord characters. Like, he's a fucking 37-year-old teenager roaming around Chicago, like,
With a phone.
with a phone.
With a really cool cell phone.
Like, and don't get me wrong, I like Watch Dogs. I like the games, especially 2. 2's, like, I still consider to be underrated. But God, part of the reason why people didn't like the first Watch Dogs was because Aiden Pierce was such a goddamn annoying, like, protagonist to follow. He's such a whiny little, like, asshole. Like, because he's like, because I mean, yeah, like, it does suck that, like, his niece, died
His niece
during
got
like
killed.
a hit job. But like, God,
Quite enough.
it's just the
like-
melodrama is
Mhm.
what
Yeah.
annoys the fuck out of me.
As
Like,
cruel as that kind of sounds, like, it just doesn't really feel like enough. Like, not saying that those relationships don't matter, but you get what
Yeah.
I mean. It's just the way it's executed in the story.
Yeah. It feels like it's just there just for the shock value a bit.
It's just kind of there to give him just a basic motivation,
Yeah.
which again is fine if, like, again, you can use that cliche, fine, but it just feels very tropey.
and
Like,
like
it
I
just doesn't.
and like I said, it's like it would have helped if he had a little bit of charisma, but no, he has no charisma. He has no charisma. Like, I don't give a shit about like anything that he like has a
I don't
vendetta
care about
against.
it. I don't care about him or like his sister or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, I
Like,
just I struggle to care because he's just. And again, I don't think Watch Dogs is a bad game.
no, it's not. It's
But-
like it got way too much shit when it first came out, and I'll just
Yeah.
straight up say it. Like, but
But I think the criticism with Aiden Pierce being a lackluster protagonist is one of its more valid critiques.
Mhm.
yeah,
Which again, I think they did fix in Watch Dogs 2, where Marcus Holloway isn't exactly the best himself, but he's a lot. At least has
he has at least charisma.
Yeah,
Like,
he is charismatic and charming to a degree, and at the very least, like, they sort of, I don't quite want to say double down, but they sort of embrace just the more light-hearted.
but
like-
too bad we're not doing Marcus because apparently he's not as well known as Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know Marcus myself, so I wouldn't have any say on Marcus. Aiden, I mean, I love Watch Dogs. I wasn't too interested by Aiden. I just more interested in the gameplay than anything. I'm like, I'm sorry your niece died, dude, but
He's
It's
such a
like the
Straight
story
out
is
of
more.
context.
It's like it just feels very half-baked. Like,
Yeah.
it just doesn't feel like there's any real emotion put into it.
You know what's
Mhm.
sad though? Like,
Mm.
I remember I streamed Watch Dogs, just general gameplay, like 6 years ago on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I remember even back then, I was getting annoyed with Aiden. But the worst part is that, like, there were a couple of people in chat who were saying that they loved Aiden. And,
Mhm.
which I'm not gonna shit anyone who likes it, but it's like, He's such a fucking edgelord.
Like he just like I wouldn't really mind all this if there was just more depth added to the character, but
Yeah.
as it stands, he just can't really. Like you can make a really moody protagonist like Max Payne, but you have to give like
Just don't add melodrama. That's basically what it boils down to. Like,
yeah.
so yeah, I'm assuming. Where are you guys putting him? Like,
I put him in C.
I put him in a high D tier.
all right, what's your last pick? But yeah, like I said though, I definitely want to make sure that we're not like
Yeah.
taking too much time.
Can I choose one and one that we don't have to talk about at all?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Like
Like, is it someone
Like-
you just don't have much to say about?
we rank him and we move on, and you will understand when I say this. Especially you, Sly.
Okay, I'm kind of curious now.
Mega Man.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Let's just rank him and move on.
Okay, okay.
I'll put him in. Okay, you guys put him first.
I'll put him in a C tier because he just does his role serviceably,
Yeah,
and
same.
that's it.
Yeah, same.
That's all I'll say. He's serviceable. He's very much just in the middle of C.
Yeah.
He's
All
fine.
Yeah, he's fine. All I'm gonna say about Mega Man is that X is better. But because Mega Man is literally the name of the franchise, I had to choose him.
Yeah.
So, but fair enough. We're not explaining why we're moving on, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
but
okay.
moving on.
So, is it my time to catch a character here?
Yeah, it's
Pick-
your turn.
Speaking of catching, how about we go with Ash Ketchum? to
F.
start off with?
F.
I'm Ash from Pallet Town.
I'm gonna put him. I'm gonna put him.
You
at
know my
D.
bias against Pokemon, so
Yeah, that's fair. I'll put him at a high D. I'd even move him up to a C. I'll put him at D for now, though. Like, okay, I get caring for your Pokemon. Obviously, he does care for his Pokemon. Genuinely, he's not a very good trainer. He's not very good by the standards of the game. Like, if we were going by the game standards, he's not that good. But, obviously, he hasn't really. Obviously, there's times where he's saved, like, things from happening. Like, obviously, there was one I can think of was the team player, and which I mean, Team Flare is just a whole nother story in general. But these I still like Pokemon, but like, good God, Ash is, for being the protagonist of the anime based off the game, you think he'd be good and not take this long to win a championship. Like, learn your type advantages, buddy. Learn them. But I'm good with D.
Yeah, I'm good with D as well.
I'm putting this guy in F because, well, you know my criticisms of Harry Potter?
Mm-hmm.
Apply them to Ash, minus the Chosen One shit.
I love Ash.
He barely has any personality, and I mean, I guess it doesn't help as well because it's like there's multiple versions of him because it's like obviously there's all the anime versions.
20 plus year long franchise.
Yeah, and
Or
he's still
anime series. The franchise. Yeah, yeah,
probably took him 20 years to age one year.
Yes.
Yeah, like that's
10 years old
weird.
and
It's
99
weird
years.
that like it's the same logic as like Simpsons logic, where it's like the characters
Floating,
just
it's a
straight up
floating
don't age.
timeline.
Yeah, and that's always annoyed me with stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine in the short term, but if it goes on too long, it starts to become very obvious.
Yeah.
and starts working to the show's detriment, because you can only, especially if it's a show that's more episodic, you do so many different plots and character arcs with a single character without changing their status quo, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can only
and
change a character so much without changing their lives.
mhm.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It doesn't help that I already hate Pokemon anyways. So
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? I think I'm gonna do some back-to-back anime ones for my picks.
okay.
I'm gonna go for a more middle-of-the-road one. He's gonna be a B, and I am gonna go for Izuku Midoriya or Deku from My Hero Academia.
Oh yeah.
And I'm giving him a B because he obviously his dream is to be the world's greatest hero. So like, okay, props to you on that one already. And despite his some issues he had, he does his best to try to save everyone, and he does his best at it. He does good at it too.
Mhm.
I only put him at B. I would usually probably put him at A, but I put him at B because I know the ending of My Hero that happened recently. So, and like it's kind of like, let's just say, like, spoilers for anyone who's reading My Hero or watching My Hero. You might as well just say the put the fries in the bag Deku is like real. The meme is real. Where he's working behind the counter, just like, and that's why I became the world's greatest hero. Okay, can I get my order? Because like he loses his powers, is what it is.
Damn.
Like
That'd be a really great story to write.
Like I know a lot of people cared for the ending as much, which is fair. But so that's why I put it at B, because I'm like the ending, like
Cartoon.
yeah.
I'll just put it at C.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I'll put him in a C tier.
Okay.
Oh, you have seen My Hero Academia. Okay.
No, I'm just going off of you guys' good faith.
All right. Sounds
Okay.
fair.
Okay.
Now I am gonna go for my anime S tier pick. I'm gonna go for the man Monkey D. Luffy himself from One Piece.
The One Piece boy.
Yep.
The One Piece
is real.
What?
And the One Piece is Luffy going into the S tier. But I mean, obviously, he start from a small village, all that fun stuff. Ends up trying to, going through this journey of gathering his crew and trying to go after the One Piece. And most pirates, you think of pirates like, oh, plundering or horrible things. Not Luffy. He's more of a pirate for the enjoyment of the adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like from what I know, that's more so the vibe.
Yeah, and this is a man that cares very much for his crew. One specific example I can think of. Again, possible spoilers for One Piece, but two quick ones I'll do. One, when Usopp eventually leaves the crew, he wants him back, but he knows because of Zoro's guidance that Usopp can't come back until he apologizes for shit he's done. And eventually he does and lets him back in the crew. And then later on when Sanji leaves and he's like, I can't do, and Sanji doesn't think he can get back in, but Luffy's like, I can't be king of the pirates without my cook. So like he cares very deeply for his crew. His Nakama, his family. So, and he's a very honorable, even towards most of his villains. So I'm willing to give him the S.
I would put him higher, but remember that, like, I originally watched the stupid fucking 4Kids version before I watched the Funimation version, which kind of ruined it for me.
That hits a lot of people.
Yeah, well, with the Fred Durst intro.
God damn it! The stupid fucking.
Do not compare the intro of that to fucking Limp Bizkit.
It is a Limp Bizkit tier intro. I swear to God.
Kind of like,
it's Limp Bizkit, 1,000-foot crutch, new metal bullshit. Like.
Yeah.
God, so bad. So, yeah, because of that, I'm gonna put them in B tier because at least the Funimation version put the fucking shit taste out of my mouth a little bit.
Mhm.
But God, that Funimation dub was terrible.
Yeah, but
So
I mean, the manga's absolutely incredible though, and
I was reading Naruto at the time though.
that's
So.
fair. That's fair.
And they
Well,
didn't. Our school didn't have like the first 10 books for One Piece, anyways. So,
True, yeah. And I know you're not as familiar with anime, but where would you probably say, Goldie?
To just judge from what you guys have said, I guess
Yeah.
just an A tier.
dang.
Okay. No, that's my 3.
All right, I'll make these next ones quick.
Okay.
Duke Nukem. I'll put him C tier. Hercules from. I'll explain each of them. I'm
Okay.
just
Heracles.
picking them. Heracles, Hercules, whatever you want to call him, from Disney.
Hercules.
B tier, and then Joker from Persona, B tier. So Duke Nukem, obviously he's a parody of a lot of 80s action heroes, so I'm not gonna give him like too much shit for being that.
Yeah.
And even then, some of his out of context quotes are pretty funny, especially all the funny Duke Nukem impression memes online. So, but I think ultimately the fact that like there's only really like a couple of like good games within Duke Nukem's this franchise kind of hurts it, especially considering that like the original platformers, because yes, Duke Nukem started off as a early 90s platformer on DOS, funny enough.
Oh, okay.
Those are okay, and then of course Duke Nukem 3D came out and that was cool.
Yeah.
But everything else since then has been mediocre to just downright shit, and that just kind of hurts him. So it also doesn't help that he suffers from Johnny Bravo-itis. So
Poor Duke.
Damn.
and then as for Disney's Hercules, I mean it's a very typical story, actually very similar to that of like a lot of
He's a lot better than the original version, though.
who Hercules?
Apparently.
I mean, well, yeah, because Greek mythology's way
Greek
more.
mythology's kind of fucked up.
Greek mythology's fucking weird. Let's just establish that. But as far as like, he does the typical hero's journey where it's like, although I guess it's technically a chosen one story, but it's not as intrusive because it's like
He's still gotta earn his way.
he still has like
hero.
character flaws that he tries to
He still
overcome.
has flaws, and he still has to prove himself to be a hero. And he does, like, sort of sacrifice himself at the. And I say sorta because
Well, yeah, because he's still a demigod.
God.
So
his god powers kick in, but it's the thought that counts. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
And then as
like,
for
he's still...
yeah, sorry.
No, go on.
And then as for Persona's Joker, I mean, yeah, like it's kind of weird because it's kind of, I guess, the 2010s equivalent of like the teenage superhero thing. So, which is kind of a trope that I like, just kind of done in a more anime-esque thing. So, I just think that's kind of cool, and he fits the vibe check, so I'll give him a pass. So, Duke Nukem C, and then Hercules and Joker B. So how do you feel about those three?
I mean, Duke
That's
Nukem I
pretty
put
good.
in Duke Nukem I put in C, and Hercules I put in B for as well. Because again, he chose the one, but he still had to earn it at least. Joker I did put in A because because Joker was one of my additions to this list. But he is a very charismatic, a very smart individual. You know, him and the Fan of Thieves are trying to change the hearts of rotten adults and try to fix things.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you who know the whole Akechi thing, like towards after Joker got quote unquote captured, you know that's one of the big moments where it shows his wit and how smart he is to outplay someone who's equally as smart. Because Akechi is a very smart character as well in his own right. And like based on a lot of the stuff, you know, he does obviously want to change a lot of what's wrong, but like not do it in like a terrible way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with giving him an A on my end.
Goldie?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the with sort of the rankings of Duke, Hercules. I can't say much about Joker because I've never played Persona, but
All right, fair enough.
All right.
All right, what's your picks then?
what are my picks? Well,
And you can
shit.
yeah, you can go faster if you need to, because
We can go pretty. I'll speed run through these couple things because we're
Okay.
about like an hour and a half in, I think.
we're 2
Yeah,
hours
we're 2
in,
hours in.
so
We're about 2 hours in, so I'll speed run through these next
Okay.
three.
Okay.
With some very obvious choices. James Bond, I think that's. Are we talking colloquially, like just every version of James Bond?
colloquially James Bond. I just chose fucking
Daniel Craig.
Daniel
The Daniel
Craig
Craig version.
because he's the most
That's
recent
the most
version.
relevant.
As of lately, right now, anyways. Because
Yeah, as of lately, because they're still figuring out who will replace him. But sure, James Bond. I mean, I guess kind of a given. An S tier saves the world from multiple like terrorists and supervillains all the damn time, and is regarded. I guess poorly aged opinions on women with some of the versions aside.
Mm-hmm.
Generally a moral character.
Okay. Yeah.
No disrespect to Sean Connery, but you know,
all right,
times do change.
and then who are your
Yeah.
next two?
BJ Blazkowicz.
Yep.
That's an obvious S tier. Man's literally a fucking Nazi hunter. Like
Was he from
murders
Wolfenstein?
Nazis. Yeah, Wolfenstein. Murders Nazis on the regular. You know, frees people from prison camps and concentration camps and like slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Murdered his piece of shit abusive father. So I know that's in like the shitty game, but still kind of a fun moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next we'll go with fucking let's just do Goku. Let's just get Goku out of the way.
Let's just get him out of here. Let's just do it.
No, I like Goku, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just kind of goes without saying. He's a good, yeah. He's an easy A tier, you know.
All right,
Okay.
Psymori, how do you feel about these?
Okay, so obviously with 007, I put him in B because from what I remember about my time playing, because I played the 007 PS2 games.
Yeah.
He is a very cunning character. He's very smart, and you know he has saved, you know, stopped terrorists before like multiple times. And you know I love me some smart characters. I love me some like characters with wit to them. I did not know about the Wolfenstein character at first, but once you said all that, I'm like, yes, tier. Yes, thank you for your service, sir. Thank you.
He's an anti-fascist, so
Exactly. And in Goku. Oh, go ahead.
Didn't Blazkowicz like literally join the army specifically to kill Nazis? Like,
I don't
Wasn't
know
it,
like exactly, but like obviously, he has blonde hair, blue eyes. So the irony in that, he represents what the Nazis
But
think
also-
is cool is
but also he's like half Jewish, so he does have like motivation to.
Mhm.
yeah, beat the shit out of the absolute worst people on the planet. So
Absolutely. And then Goku, I put on the A tier. Obviously, he saved the world so many freaking times. How many times has he died to save the world too? He believes in his team, like his teammates. He believes in his son, and even yes, I know the whole Goku's a terrible father jokes. I make those all the time too. But technically, I think he still definitely wanted his son to have a good school career, like have a good schooling, same as Chi-Chi towards his later years. But obviously, he also, he's done a lot. He's definitely done a lot. So my respect to him, A tier.
I have a feeling you guys are not gonna like what I'm gonna say about Goku or
I want to know.
I want to know.
okay. James Bond. Colloquially, and I mean colloquially,
Mhm.
I hate to be that one guy, but I'm putting him in D tier.
That's
I-
fair.
Oh,
I only give a
Is it-
shit about Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig, and even then, there's only like 3, maybe 4 good movies from either of them.
Hmm.
And I just don't particularly care for any of the other incarnations, especially since some of them were pretty sexist as hell.
again, poorly aged moments.
And like, I don't know, I guess he wasn't the beginning of, he wasn't really like an action thriller until like the Pierce Brosnan era. But like, I don't know, I just never really was into like spy stuff, at least in like that
Thrillers.
classic sense. Like,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just more into like the more new age spy shit. So now, as for BJ Vlaskovitz, I'm gonna put him in S tier. Not only is he pretty based as far as trying to destroy the actual worst scum on the earth, but they also fleshed him out into a pretty compelling character in the New Order, which I find to be a fantastic shooter game in its own right. Even giving him a lot of fun time in the Old Blood sequel game, and even just kind of playing him in like the Return to Castle Wolfenstein and the 2009 game was pretty decent, especially since Steve Blum actually voices him in the 2009 game, which is funny.
Oh.
So I think he's pretty like cool and very noble as far as his cause. As for Goku, you thought my Sonic comments were
No, let's go.
I'm putting Goku in F tier.
Okay.
I'm sorry. If anyone remembers whenever I did our original Cartoon Network tier list, I put everything Dragon Ball that was related to it into D tier. And it stems from the fact that Dragon Ball is basically just everything I don't like about anime. Like, where it's just a lot of just unnecessarily OP shit, but it's not even like done in an interesting like way. It's just power battle fantasy versus power battle fantasy, and it's just something that like it gets old. And it doesn't help that Goku's kind of the main face of that, because I mean, he's the main character of Dragon Ball, so it's like, yeah. And I just don't like that. It's kind of the same reason as to why I don't like a lot of superhero media, where it's like they're all powerful, but like, are they good characters? Is my question.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say. I know.
Okay.
I know all the fucking 90s kids who grew up with Dragon Ball Z are gonna be pissed with me, but I don't fucking care.
I mean, all of us that like Dragon Ball Z even joke about like one punch and over 9,000 screams, and over 30 episodes. What? Would it be my turn then?
I think it's your turn, yeah.
OMG.
I do have
Well-
to give some view. I do have to give some discretion.
Okay. What discretion?
Don't
Uh,
know if any of you guys noticed.
Noticed.
Huh?
Yeah, you could tell my internet start.
Oh no.
Yeah, again, that's why I'm
Yeah,
trying
well-
to get through these fast.
Yeah, we'll
so
get through this fast. Okay, I'm gonna rip the band-aid off. Steven Universe.
I hate to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I'm just gonna get Steven U out of the way because this is what I'm curious about hearing about. I'm gonna put him in B or C. I'll put him high C.
Dang, I didn't think you were gonna put him that low.
Didn't it,
It's the whole we could be friends all thing. Like I love Steven Universe. I make fun of that shit all the time. I still get me wrong. One of my favorite Cartoon Network shows. I love Steven Universe. I mean, I don't put a. I was about to put him in B, but like he has some trauma he sorts out through eventually in future, and obviously he wants to do what's best in the actual in the show. But like he really does try to befriend everybody, which I mean eventually works. But
And I've got some stuff to say about that.
that's why I picked him. That's why I picked him. So I'm done. C tier on him.
What? You choose the next two characters.
Oh, next two. Okay. All right. Kiryu from Yakuza.
All right.
I'm gonna put him in A. I mean, obviously, ex Yakuza member. It turned into an Yakuza member again. Very honorable character. Very humble upbringing. Like as humble as I can be in his case. Like he wants to do right by the person that raised him, obviously. And fucking the opposite of the old James Bond stuff being misogynistic as fuck. This man is an ally. We fucking love those around here. Fuck yeah.
Who?
do
Kiryu from
for you?
Yakuza.
Oh, I thought you said the last character. Okay.
Yeah, no. I hope the last character. But
No, you got one more.
yeah, and then my last character, I'm just gonna go ahead and go through it for Dante from Devil May Cry.
Fair.
And I'll give him S tier. I fucking love Dante. I love Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 5 was my game of the year it came out. It was like 2019.
Yep.
And like Dante, obviously he's a very skillful fighter, He's very witty. We don't talk about the second game. And obviously the first game, was typical like early 2000s PS2 stuff, but
yeah.
he got much more of a personality after 3. And that's the Dante we all know and love in the Devil May Cry fandom.
Yep.
So S tier for me on Dante.
All right. I'll put Dante in A tier. I think he's pretty badass. Like he is a little bit of a wise ass, but like he's the wise ass that's still kind of like able to make it seem cool.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's a demon hunter and just the tools at his disposal are pretty awesome. And I mean, Devil May Cry as a series, like really, I feel like part of the reason why it held up so well is because of just his charisma that he brings out to the table. So yeah, I'll put him in A tier for that. For God damn it, I'm sorry, Yakuza.
Kiryu.
Sorry. I will admit I'm not as familiar with Yakuza, although from the vibe check that I've seen, I'll give him a B tier. I will admit it mostly stems from just kind of this might sound weird, but like I like how he like a lot of the time he plays a lot of stuff straight, even when like it's in some of the more ridiculous parts of like Yakuza, like the karaoke scenes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He plays everything straight, which is pretty great. And I think it just kind of makes up for just kind of the more serious parts of like Yakuza, since a lot of it involves a lot of like gang conflict. it's good to have like a protagonist that kind of even just kind of gets into some more less seriousness, despite the fact that he plays it straight. So I'll give him props for that. That's for Steven Universe. Again,
Yeah.
if you guys have seen my Cartoon Network tier list, you guys know I cannot fucking stand Steven Universe as a show. And part of it is because of the titular character himself. It should be pretty obvious that I'm putting him in F tier. Like, it's just a personality type that I just cannot stand. I just don't like his, overtly, like, exaggerated, like, emotive state a lot of the time. I know he gets better, but even then, like, the fact that, like, he tries to befriend everyone, including people who literally wanted to destroy the entire universe and cause a genocide, I cannot excuse.
Yeah, it just feels so like I don't know how to.
There are some people that you cannot reason with. BJ Blazkowicz learned that lesson.
Yeah.
So
it just feels so it just feels very campy, you know what I mean? Like it just feels overly optimistic.
Like again,
unrealistically idealistic.
You guys know I don't like inoffensive stuff, right? Well, I also have something that I don't like. I also hate something that's similar to that. Overly happy shit, which I know Steven Universe does kind of lean away from that, but like the general vibes that like it gave at first was more into that. I just can't stand that. So, but yeah, no, I hate to be that one guy, but there, I hate Steven Universe, I hate Harry Potter, and I hate Dragon Ball, and I hate Adventure Time. And I hate Pokemon. So, God, this is not going to be a popular stream. Goldie, what's your thoughts? Unless, did you give your thoughts? Oh, wait, no, you didn't.
I did not give my thoughts, but relatively, I get some of those thoughts relatively similar. Just too hyperactive, almost too emotional. Like, I know we talk about guys like Aiden Pierce who are not very standout at all, but
Steven is the opposite, I feel like.
Yeah, where it's just like too much emotion all at once.
And I don't like it. And you're talking to the emo guy here, so...
Yeah.
So I'm assuming yours was A for, like, the same as mine, with these A for Dante, B for... Kiryu. God, I keep forgetting his name.
Kiryu.
And then F for Steven.
Yes.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I think I have to make an announcement.
Oh, is your internet just getting that bad?
Yeah, my computer is having a lot of technical issues right now that I unfortunately am gonna have to.
Damn.
I mean, I know it'll sort itself out, but it'll definitely. I don't want it to affect the tier list.
I mean, if you want to, like, you can. I'll let you know whenever we're done, and you can like join back in a little bit, and then finish up the list if you want. Like.
Yeah.
Even if you want to just join back in later to show your list.
Yeah, it depends. I guess depends if my computer is still acting up or not.
Okay.
I'll try and figure something out, but unfortunately, guys, I am gonna have to keep this appearance short.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Worst case scenario, you can just send us our list and we'll show it on stream.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure to do that. So
yeah,
I've done it before,
or post it in a future episode or something like that.
Yeah.
I would have to have it on the episode itself, just for consistency. So, but
yeah, I'll sort it out. I'll try and figure this out. So sorry, guys, but
no, you're good. You're good, man.
I'm gonna have to make my exit. So I appreciate coming out here. and I wish you both good luck with the rest of the tier list.
All right,
Of course, of
appreciate it.
course. I wish you
I
luck with
wish
your
you both.
computer issues.
Yeah, it's been acting like this for a while now. It comes and goes. There's times where I'll go a few days without it acting up, but then there's
Yeah.
times where it just is absolutely insufferable.
I mean, better
So-
safe than sorry. There's only so much you can do when that sort of stuff
Mhm.
pops up. So.
Yeah, I'll have to figure it out, and I don't want to bring the stream, and I don't want to like be awkward and cut it in out through the stream and kind of mess
That's-
shit up. So
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good.
that's fair.
unfortunately, I will take my leave.
All right, and either
but-
we'll see you later or we'll see your list later.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Yeah, see you later, or see you later.
All
All
right.
right.
Good luck, Goldie.
Boy,
Safe travels,
Good
my
night.
friend. Good night.
good night, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
All
And like we said, chat. Whatever happens, either Goldie will come back at the end of the stream, or will show his list at the end. It's just stuff happens. Stuff happens, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Tech
the
issues.
stupid.
And he
like-
did try. So
Yeah, I will admit these freaking I will admit as well we have been kind of dragging a little bit in comparison to some of our previous lists. So I want to make sure that like we can get through this as fast
oh
as
yeah,
we can.
absolutely. And do
Especially
you want me to post his Instagram link again, just in case?
I already have. I'll post it at the end. So
Okay.
But anyways, so yeah, you chose the last characters. So
Yep.
let me make sure that the cameras are working. So
Okay.
because you're out of frame.
Yeah. Hello.
All right. God damn it.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to show me how
Oh.
to do this better because like I don't fucking.
Yeah. I mean, I can show you stuff. Oh my god, my neck.
Show me once I get back from California. But anyways,
Yeah.
since it's just the two of us, we're gonna choose 4 characters for each other. So
Yeah. 4 characters. Okay. Let's go.
because it's 2 for 4, 3 for 3, 4 for
Yeah.
2. So
Yeah. And since we're doing 2 now, do you want to go ahead and pick a 4th character right now?
I'll go first with the
Okay.
characters.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, the characters that I'll be choosing will be Crash Banuka, John McClane from Die Hard,
Die Hard. Yeah. That's a good movie.
Rex Salazar from Generator Rex, and Rico Rodriguez from Just Cause. So, Crash, you might be saddened by this. C tier.
Okay.
John McClane. I wish I could put him in B tier, but because he's only in really 1 or 2 good movies, D tier.
Oh, okay.
Rex Salazar, A tier. And then Rico Rodriguez, B tier. So, Crash Bandicoot, I will admit, like, he's fine. I mean, he's more of a tribute to a lot of, like, old, Warner Brothers cartoons. And that's kind of why he kind of acts like a, idiot throughout all the games. Like, that's... well, no, that's actually, like, that's
That's pretty much, yeah, you're not wrong.
like, and I guess this is not really a thing that I've fully ever jived with completely. It's just not really the type of characters I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So, not like bad per se, it's just not really my thing. He
Yeah.
does at least have good art direction, I will give him that.
Oh, yeah.
As far as John McClane from Die Hard, like, yeah, he's pretty cool in the first movie. But like after that, not so much. Like, he's just kind of more of your typical, action hero movie from like movie hero kind of stamped for a specific time period, unfortunately. Which he still like obviously like, that first Die Hard movie still holds up, but
Oh yeah.
Man, those sequels were not very good.
I forgot there were sequels.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the sequels, so thank God.
Yeah. And then as for Rex, like, he's like another kind of teenage superhero character. Granted, late to the party. As a matter of fact, I still find it weird that like he was released after Adventure Time, despite the fact that he still feels like he comes from like the he comes from late 2000, like he feels like he comes from late 2000s, but he's early 2010s.
It comes from the era before.
Yeah, like it's kind of weird in that weird limbo area. But besides that, like, I mean, I think I mentioned this before, like I do find Generator X overall to be better than Ben 10, and just kind of basically just kind of if it was more of a true evolution of Ben 10 in a weird sense.
Yeah.
And then as for Rico Rodriguez, he's very charismatic, especially in 3, like in Just Cause 3. Like he's kind of whatever in the first game, but like in 2 and 3, like they definitely fleshed him out a bit more. He has really cool grappling hook stuff that you can use, which is pretty awesome to traverse around the entire map. And just overall a cool sort of, you know, protagonist for a pretty underrated series of games. So
yeah. All right, because like I know I put 2 of the characters. I put Rico and Crash in C tier, mainly for not because nothing against Just Cause. I'm just not as familiar with it. I know of it. I've seen it played before, and I think a lot of stuff is cool. So that's why I put him in a high C. It's gonna probably surprise you. I've never played a Crash Bandicoot game.
Not even the Reignited? Like, not even, like, the remasters?
Nope. I have not even played the remasters.
Damn.
Crash is one of the PlayStation ones I have not played. I would like to at some point, no matter what opinions anyone might have, like good or bad. Like I would like to experience it at least, because I love my PlayStation stuff.
Crash Banuka.
Crash Banuka from Tack the Great Juju Challenge. John McClane, I put in B tier, just for the first movie. I have not seen the other ones, so...
Trust me, your opinions will change after you see the sequels.
Which is why I'll probably never see the sequels, but...
Good call.
I mean, he could be a bit of a cool character in B, so that's why I put him in B. Generator X, I put in A as well. Just Generator... I feel like Generator X was definitely a hidden gem for its time. Like, I think it would have done so much better if it came out in the era before, when all those different shows
if he was released in, like, 2008 or 9, it would have been way better for him. Like, because they released no cartoons in 2009. If that was the cartoon that released that year, I guarantee you he would have done better.
Oh, absolutely.
But
like,
no.
It was just a great show released in a very weird time period.
Yeah, and it makes me sad because, you know. All right,
you're 4.
Yeah, you're 4.
Okay, so first I'm gonna say the names and then I'll say where I put them. So I'm gonna start with Poe from Kung Fu Panda.
Yep.
Jack Sparrow, or Captain Jack Sparrow. My apologies.
Yeah, don't forget he's a captain.
Yeah, Captain Jack Sparrow, please. I'm gonna go for. I feel like Kratos. If I want to do.
Oh, Kratos. Yeah.
And then Mario. What an interesting party I have here.
Do the Mario.
Do the Mario. So I'm gonna start with obviously Poe from Kung Fu Panda. It's kind of chosen one, but in like a not necessarily like the typical chosen one way.
I wouldn't consider him a chosen one. Like.
Like, I am going to put him in A, because, like, even if you do consider it, if you're someone that considers chosen one, okay, but he's more of an unexpected. Because, like, he didn't start off as, like, this warrior, you know? He's very much started off not being a warrior. And eventually, you know, he got better. And I loved obviously, the first movie, he fought one of the biggest bads of them all in the series. A master kung fu master. Second movie, obviously he fought. What was it? A warlord technically, or was
a warlord who basically killed most of his kind?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and was able to beat him through some very interesting means. But, and I haven't seen the third one. I know the fourth one. Not too many people are fond of.
Yeah.
But then we have Captain Jack Sparrow, one of the greatest captains to ever exist. I am okay with putting him in S tier. Like, obviously, Jack can be a very smart guy, but he also plays the role of the idiot very well.
Yeah.
And obviously, made some very interesting decisions that have led him in some very fun scenarios.
My God.
And I just love his little wittiness so much. You know, he's very charismatic. It's like, oh, so you have heard of me?
My God.
And then Kratos. And Kratos is what I am willing to put in the S tier as well. Not like, because I'm not basing it on like specific games. I'm basing it on all across the different games.
Mm-hmm.
From the first one released back in the day to Ragnarok released recently.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he started off, revenge story, wanting to kill Ares for tricking him into killing his family. And obviously killing the gods to, in the end, giving the people of Greece their own, freedom to do as they please. And of course, we have God of War and God of War Ragnarok, where he's definitely settled down. He's trying to do better for his son, boy.
Boy!
Read it, boy. But, you can tell he's definitely a lot more of a,
It's more humble.
It's more humble, exactly, yeah. And only takes up the Blades of Chaos when he absolutely has to save Atreus. So, major respect to that. So, I'm okay with him in S as well.
Dang.
And Mario. I will put Mario in A right next to Sonic, because obviously Mario, probably I'd say the most iconic character of Nintendo. He saves Peach from the castle. I mean, obviously he's branched out to other stuff. Obviously he saved, technically, like, the Peach's castle. He saved all whatever the towns were in Sunshine. A lot of stuff in Odyssey.
Delfino.
And then there's also the Paper Mario games, where shown that if he needs to, he's willing to team up with his arch nemesis for the greater good of the world. Because in Super Paper Mario, he did team up with Bowser.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with putting him in A, but fuck how he treats Luigi.
Yeah. All right. For Poe, Jack, and Kratos, I'm gonna put all of them in B tier.
Okay.
And then Mario, I'm gonna put him in C tier. So,
Right.
Poe, I personally as far as like Poe, I find his hero's journey to be pretty compelling. Funny enough, I actually remember seeing the first two movies in theaters.
Oh heck, really?
Back in the day. Yeah, it's some of the few good movies I saw in theaters, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And just that sort of growth from being just kind of the pseudo dorky son-in-law to becoming a bit more of like a humble warrior member of the Furious Five, or Furious Six, I guess. That's complicated. I find that to be honestly some of the most compelling that DreamWorks has ever done, and I just appreciate that. And it also helps that he's voiced by Jack Black. So, and then as for Jack Sparrow, obviously, I would definitely say it sucks because it's like I like him in Curse of Black Pearl for sure, and I mean I'm one of those people who also likes Deadman's Chest and At World's End, but after that he became more of a parody of himself, and that sucks because it's like in the first movie, he like yeah, he was still a bit like, you know, eccentric, but like he still had moments where like he took himself a bit seriously. Like especially since, you know, he still had that rivalry with Barbossa.
Yeah.
So like I kind of wish he could have kept those parts,
Yeah.
but he didn't. So, but the only reason why I don't put him in a C tier is, I mean, I still like the older movies, and I still think he does at least a good enough job in those. So,
Yeah.
let's not get into the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing. So, as for Kratos, I actually thought, funny enough, I think he's a character that actually got better over time.
Oh, absolutely.
I prefer him in the newer games over the older games.
Mm-hmm.
So, because he's a lot more, well, humble and a lot more, like, not necessarily, like, you know, as god-killy.
Yeah.
So, that's something I do, like, sort of, and also just the fact that he's willing to, like, you know, go out of his way of basically protecting his son. Yeah, he could kind of treat his son like shit, but, like, he learns to kind of, you know, treat him better.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's cool. And then Mario, I'm putting him in C tier. But keep in mind, that's still better than Sonic. Don't at me. But he's just, I mean, he's just kind of your basic, like, hero character. Like, he doesn't really have a lot of depth. Which, I mean, yeah, oh, he's a video game character from the 80s. Of course that's going to be the case. But it's like, so, like, I'm not going to put him lower because of that. Like, he's basically just sort of like your blank slate.
Yeah, he's the first copy.
So that's
like,
all I got to
Luigi,
say.
Yeah, even
Luigi's better. Luigi's better. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
my choices. Yep.
Yes.
All right. Kim Possible, Doom Guy, The Doctor, and Rick O'Connell.
Go Connell.
Kim Possible, I'll put her in B tier. Doom Guy, I'm putting him in A tier. The Doctor, actually no, Kim Possible A tier. Doom Guy also in A tier. The Doctor B tier, and then Rick O'Connell B tier. So for Kim, she was one of the first sort of more popular action, like, female, like, action cartoon characters, because before then you had Powerpuff Girls and you had Totally Spies. And then Kim Possible came out of the scene, kind of evolving on that concept, and just her, you know, starting basically, like, it's funny because it's like, I do remember watching Kim Possible a lot. Like, I'm not gonna go too much into that. Go watch your tier list. But just as far as, like, you know, sort of starting that trend of, like, the teenage superhero sort of motif, because she was, like, the first one, if I'm not mistaken, or at least one of the first ones. She was done pretty well in that regard, so I gotta give credit where credit's due. As for Doom Guy, this one's mostly just the rule of cool, because it's Doom Guy. Like, you know, he goes out, beats the shit out of, like, you know, a bunch of demons. He's not really, like, a character per se, but it's more so just the idea of, like, his abilities and just kind of what he's able to do is what makes him cool to me. And again, his aesthetic, whether it's the classic version here or, like, the Doomslayer look, it's pretty awesome. As for the Doctor from Doctor Who, it's kind of a coin toss, because he's a character that basically changes throughout, every like few seasons or so.
Hmm.
And it's really dependent on who is the person who's playing him. So I still like most of the Doctors overall. I mean, David Tennant, I would say, is easily the most iconic.
Yeah.
And that's for a reason, because he's pretty great. I also like Matt Smith's Doctor, even if his seasons are considered weaker. Even shout out to Christopher Eccleston and Tom Baker for like.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then as for Rick O'Connell, he's from the Mummy movies that actually do exist. The Tom Cruise Mummy doesn't exist.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Or Rick O'Connell. Like, wait, that's his last name, right? Hold on, let me double check.
I can't remember. I remember his name was Rick.
Yes, Rick O'Connell.
Okay.
Yeah, he's kind of similar to Indiana Jones, which we'll get to later because he's on this list.
Mhm.
And I know, like, yeah, he's kind of plays off a lot of those same motifs, but I do think that he is different enough to where he's like makes like that. Brendan Fraser makes him his own, and I don't know, just those first two Mummy movies were just fun.
Yeah, they were a lot of fun.
Like, yeah, like, granted, yeah, it's a remake of the 1930s Mummy, but as far as a more modern, in air quotes, remake goes, it was pretty good for its time. So,
Yeah.
But, and no, the 2008 Mummy movie doesn't exist either, so.
Yeah. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, I have to pretty much the same opinion, same listing. I mean, again, a Doctor Who one, it just very much depends on which Doctor you're talking about. But if we're basing it on in general, then I'd say B for that one for sure. Doom Guy, A. He's simple, rip and tear.
Mhm.
He's a simple to, he sometimes simplicity is great because he's just there to kill a shit ton of demons.
Mhm.
And then of course, Kim Possible, if not. Definitely a pioneer for a lot of like, you got your Jake Longs and all that. Like definitely a pioneer in that genre of like teenage hero sort of thing, and one of the best at it. And then of course, what was the fourth one you had said? Yeah, Rick O'Connell. The first two. If you haven't seen the first two Mummy movies, please watch them. They're a lot of fun.
Just ignore the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson Scorpion King part of the second movie. Just,
oh god.
That part doesn't exist either.
It exists to me just because it's funny as hell, and not because it's good.
Why couldn't they just use the top part of his body? I don't get it.
Good old CGI.
Like, you didn't have to fully make him CGI. You could just, cropped him, but whatever.
Yeah. But no, speaking of those kinds of movies, obviously I'm gonna say all four of mine, then talk about them. But we'll start with Indiana Jones.
All right.
Might as well.
Get out the original adventure out of the way.
Absolutely. So, Indiana Jones, and then I'm gonna go. You know what? I will go.
I mean, you might as well get the other explorers out of the way if you want.
Well, true. Yeah, Lara Croft, come out here.
Yeah, Lara Croft.
And then I think it's pretty much all the explorers I know on this list off the top of
No,
my
there's
head.
another one. There's another one.
Are we talking about live action stuff? Because
No.
I could get.
I mean, there's Nathan Drake. There's
Oh yeah. Wait, I'm a fool. Yeah, we'll get Nathan Drake. We'll put Nathan Drake in there.
All right, Nathan Drake.
And then, of course, the biggest explorer of them all that everyone knows is well, technically he would kind of be an explorer and all that. He's not an explorer though, but Ratchet. We'll throw Ratchet in there.
All right.
So obviously Indiana Jones. It's been forever since I've seen Indiana Jones. I will say that off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
But he is one of possibly the OG adventurer that set forth a lot of these sort of movies and
I mean,
media.
he walked so that Rick O'Connell, Lara Croft, and Nathan Drake to run. So
Exactly. So I'm okay with giving him A personally, just for being the pioneer, the OG of that sort of genre.
mhm.
Laura Croft, I'm okay willing to give. Me. I'm trying to think of a good one. I'll put her an A as well. I do like Laura Croft. I haven't played Tomb Raider in like forever, but obviously she's a great adventurer and all that, and it's always nice having good, strong female leads.
Mhm.
Nathan Drake, I'm willing to put him at a high B, just because I still like Nathan Drake, obviously, but I did not play as Uncharted as much as everyone else did.
Dang.
So unfortunately, I wouldn't mind. But as for Ratchet, I am putting him at S. I'm basing it off. I'm not basing it off the remake. I'm leaving the remake version.
That doesn't
of the original
exist
out of the
either.
way. I'm leaving that out of my mind. I'm going to the OG trilogy that I know and Rift Apart, because I do like him in Rift Apart.
Ignoring the
willing-
future trilogy.
Yeah, but I'm willing to put him in S tier because one of my goats right there. I might be biased, perhaps, but again, my tier list, my rules.
Alright. As for me, I'll put Indiana Jones and Lara Croft, I'll put them both in B tier.
Okay.
Nathan Drake in A tier. And then Ratchet in S tier.
Mm-hmm.
So, with Indiana Jones, I mean, obviously, Harrison Ford. He does a he did a phenomenal job with him in the first 3 movies. Especially in Last Crusade. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I've always personally felt like Last Crusade was my personal favorite out of the movies. And then you'll follow up by Raiders of the Lost Ark. But if I'm gonna be honest, because of like kind of some of the more crappier movies, and I'm not just talking about like Crystal Skull or even Dial of Destiny, I'm even kind of referring a little bit to like Temple of Doom a little bit. I hate to be that one guy, but like that does kind of drop it a little bit. But thankfully, like his character, like at least with the original 3 movies and even Crystal Skull a little bit, like his character is still at least pretty consistent, which is something I appreciate. Also, I think we talked about this before, but Shia LaBeouf's character in Crystal Skull, right?
Oh god, I almost forgot about Shia LaBeouf being in Crystal Skull.
Oh, he's in Dial of Destiny. He's canonically dead.
Oh,
He died off screen in Vietnam.
oh, they killed Shia LaBeouf.
Yes, off screen.
Oh my god, bro! I can't believe Shia LaBeouf is deceased in Indiana Jones.
I don't know why, but I find that hilarious. Like, not that Dial of Destiny is that good, because it's not, but like, it's just funny thinking that like that's their excuse of like not having him.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, but yeah, that's kind of how I feel about Indiana Jones. As for Lara Croft, again, it just depends on which version of Lara Croft you're talking about, because there's 3 different versions of her. There's the original version, there's the version from that weird mid to late 2000s reboot that they tried doing, and then there's the Crystal Dynamics mid to late 2010s version, which I really liked what they did with her in the 2013 version.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a pseudo, I don't want to say prequel because it's a different universe, but like it's kind of an origin-ish story for her, and
Yeah.
the way that they handled it, I thought was actually pretty, genuine. And I don't know, I kind of felt for her whenever she was, going at it against all odds. So, definitely want to play the sequels to that at some point. But yeah, and then as for Nathan Drake, I think that again, he's a very consistent character throughout, and I do find his like general arc throughout the games to be pretty genuine. If you remember in our last tier list that we had Psymori, I mentioned that like I find that his relationship with Elena was pretty strong and makes sense in the context of what they were going for, even though like, you know, there were some bumpy moments in 2 and 4, but they were resolved in a natural way. And it made him stronger as a result. So, and also he can fucking survive every goddamn thing. Like,
Yeah.
So, although I'm still mad about the fucking water situation. God.
Water situation? Oh boy.
Okay, you know, like Uncharted 3 with like the plane scene, right?
Yeah, I vaguely remember it.
He fucking goes out of like the desert for 3 days without water. And the moment that he sees like a canteen with water in it, he's like, he doesn't drink it, but he's all of a sudden like back up like it. God.
The thought of water made me strong again.
God, that annoys me so. Ever since Bricky pointed that out, I could not stop thinking about that shit. God, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. That's why he's not in S tier. It's that stupid fucking water thing.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks, Bricky.
but as for Ratchet, I mean, similar thoughts with you. I grew up with Ratchet and Clank. Actually, funny enough, I was just playing a little bit of Up Your Arsenal actually last night. Funny enough.
I heard that's a really good one.
It's my favorite Ratchet and Clank game. Don't fucking listen to YouTubers who say this is overrated. It's not.
Yeah. Most of the people I heard say it's one of the best.
Well, there's this weird group of people on YouTube who say that the game is overrated. And, like, I don't think I've seen a single person say it was their favorite on YouTube. Like, they always say it's either Crack in Time or, like, Going Commando. Which, I like Going Commando.
Yeah,
but, like,
Going Commando, I could see.
But, like, that's hot take. That's my least favorite from the PS2 era. It's still good, but
yeah,
it's not as good as the other 3 games from that era. So, but yeah, as far as Ratchet himself, like, you know, character arc in the first game, and then he just basically kind of relaxed and chilled, like, post Deadlock. I mean, chill as in, like, you know, he lost all of his anger things, and it sounds like in Rift Apart they, you know, he got even better, so that's pretty cool. All right, my turn.
Yeah.
So, before I continue, let me ask, how much longer do you think you have?
I can go longer.
Okay, because again, we thought we were.
We're almost done.
We're like halfway done. Like, I thought we were going to get through this longer, but we talked about some of these characters a lot longer than I thought we were going to. So
that's fair. That's fair.
All right. Number 1, Aang. Number 2, Ezio. Number 3, number 1, and then Percy Jackson.
Hey.
So, Aang and Ezio, I'm putting them both in S tier.
Yes.
Number 1, I'll put them in C tier. And, well, from your reaction with Percy Jackson, you're not going to like where I'm going to put him.
Oh, boy.
I put him in F tier.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, Aang. So, again, this one's definitely a Chosen One story. But
it's one done right.
It's one done right and is the exception to the rule. Because even though that, like, he is technically the Chosen One, he still doesn't know all of his powers at the very beginning. So, like, he can't just immediately go firebending. Hell, he doesn't firebend until, like, the middle of season, like, 3.
Yeah. I
So
mean, he tries to.
he tries
but,
to
like,
in season 1, but it
and
fails horribly.
horribly, yeah.
So, and not to mention the fact that like, he tries to balance out his personal emotions with using his powers, and also trying to like, figure out sort of his role as the avatar itself, rather like that isn't just like, being the most
It's not-
powerful person in the entire world. Like,
yeah.
he goes through a lot of like philosophical sort of, arcs.
Yeah.
And he even does some stuff that he later regrets doing. And
Mhm.
that to me is what shows character growth. So,
Exactly, yeah.
so yeah, Aang, easy S tier. Like how you write Chosen One stories. Like that's how you do it correctly. And then we got Ezio, which, I mean,
The most popular assassin.
the
for a
most
reason.
popular assassin from Assassin's Creed, and that's for a reason. It's not just because they fleshed him out more, but it's also because, well, I mentioned that I mentioned him as an example of a good character that starts off as annoying, but grows into something beyond that. Like, because, when you first play Assassin's Creed 2, he's kind of a street rat sort of like character.
Yeah.
But eventually learns to, harness the art of the assassin in a respectable manner, especially when it comes to, dealing with the people who basically killed his family. And he makes sure to like not use that as like a tool of revenge, but as a tool of lesson for, the Templars and the Borgia in Brotherhood. And, obviously in Revelations, he learns about Altair and just kind of the role of the assassins as a whole, which basically gets him into becoming, the sole guardian of Masyaf
Or Masyaf.
at the end of the day, like at the end of Revelations, which ultimately just kind of shows just how much he's willing to dedicate his life to basically saving the world. So
yeah. The perfect example of what an assassin should be in the Assassin's Creed series.
exactly.
By their own philosophy.
By their own philosophy. As for number 1 from Codename Kids Next Door, he's fine. Like, I'm just gonna be frank. I do feel like the other characters are honestly kind of better. He's just kind of the straight man of like, the kids next door.
He's just the already established straight man of and there's not really like, oh, he earns it. Like it's just set up like that.
So, okay, why the fuck do they keep having fucking bots? What the hell? Sorry,
they're just big fans of Tierlists,
There are like 3 bots that came into my chat. Piss off.
I know, I banned 2 of them.
Anyways. So yeah, like he's just kind of more of a vessel for the other characters, I feel like. Although he does have some moments on his own in some of the episodes, to be fair.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's completely a one-note character. No pun intended.
I didn't even think about that. And you got Percy Jackson in B F. Because I did put number 1 into B tier, but just for the fact that he did have some moments. But I do agree with you, for the most part. Percy Jackson, I want to hear about this.
Well, okay, I'm assuming you already ranked Aang and Ezio. Did you put them in
S tier? I put them in S tier.
God. Fucking Percy Jackson. I don't think I need to really say too much, other than he's basically just the 2000s version of Harry Potter. Like the mid 2000s to like if we're not counting the movies, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, fuck the movies.
Well, no, I was talking about the Harry Potter movies because they were coming out around the same time as like the original books. But like,
Okay.
again, he's just another character with no charisma, no personality. Like, honestly, like, just kind of is another Chosen One story that is just everything wrong with Chosen One stories, where it's like, yeah, he does go through challenges in that first book, but like, that's really the only major challenges that he goes through. And it also doesn't help that Rick Riordan just won't let this kid go, because he's still writing books based off of Percy Jackson to this day. And I gotta say it's the fucking it's just One Piece, but for book nerds, but not in the good way. Like, that's essentially what it is. It's just it's just
I didn't think about it that way.
It's just lame Greek it's just lame Greek mythological version of One Piece. That's what it is. Like, and you gotta let him go. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Just let him go.
Okay.
So that's all I gotta say about Percy Jackson. Like,
yeah, I mean, for me, I did put him in a lower B because I did enjoy the Percy Jackson books. I love them. You know, I think there's stuff about it that I do think there's some play challenges, and I like that it's not like, oh, you know, they know he's famous because he's the son beside right off the bat. Which fuck the movie for that, by the way.
There were 2 movies, by the way.
Oh, I know. We don't talk about either one of them.
And there's also a TV series, which I heard that's fine.
I heard
but
the TV series.
It's fine, but I just don't care. So.
That's fair. But yeah, no, I mean, I'd put him a B tier, but I understand your reasons completely.
I'm surprised you don't. I'm surprised you like him more than Harry Potter.
Well, I think I know you say Percy has no personality. I think Percy has a lot more personality than Harry Potter.
There's only so much you can improve on with a wooden plank, though.
How dare you insult Plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy?
I was thinking.
I
was thinking that exact thing.
Do not besmirch the name of the greatest hero. Boy, speaking of heroes, I think I got my 4 already. What a great segue. So,
my God.
I guess I'm just gonna start with before I'm gonna do Hiccup.
All right.
I'm gonna do Optimus Prime.
Oh God.
You know what, Adam Jensen, come on down.
All right.
And then I'm gonna do Commander Shepard.
All right.
So Hiccup. I'm gonna put
There we go.
Hiccup. Where do I put you now? You know what? I am willing to put Hiccup in the S tier.
Oh dang!
I know it's very surprising, but obviously, you know, he comes from a village of people who, you know,
they hate dragons.
You know, they hate dragons. They try to kill dragons, and he's the first of their people. Quote unquote the first of their people to tame a dragon, and ends up setting a new era for, you know, their village. Overcomes many adversities. Obviously, there's all that happened in the first movie. There's the big bad in the second movie, who definitely was quite a menace himself.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, in the third movie, trying to deal with one of the smartest antagonist I've seen in like a movie, because the third movie's antagonist was a pretty clever guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's overcome some pretty big stuff, and ushered, you know, like I said, in a new era of like dragons and humans living in peace, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Optimus Prime, let's roll out your tier.
No, you go first.
No, that's what I was about to say. Optimus Prime, let's roll out your tier. Autobots roll out.
Wow.
B. I'll give him a B. because like Optimus Prime is, a very honorable sort of character still, but like Transformers, I love Transformers, but it's goofy as hell. It's a very goofy little thing.
That's an understatement.
And then Adam Jensen. I'm ranking this based off what I remember about Adam Jensen. Is because I hadn't played Mankind Divided. I played Human Revolution.
Deus Ex, by the way, for those who don't know.
Yeah, Deus Ex. I'll put him in B tier. Obviously, there's plenty that he has done himself, and there's one mission I can think of too in particular. I can't remember what it was. There's this girl that he was teamed with, and that eventually goes kaboom to try to save his ass, but he ends up helping her out quite a bit. So obviously he cares about his teammates, which is a great quality in a hero. It's caring about your team, and he stops were they a terrorist organization in the first game?
In Human Revolution? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm okay with giving him B. And then Shepard. Now the thing with Shepard though is Shepard's a very interesting character.
Yeah, Shepard, you can either be male or female. I just decided to use the female picture because it was kind of getting a little bit of a sausage fest with the pictures here, so I wanted to have a little bit of variety.
Not even that, it's that the way Shepard is based entirely on how you play as them. Because you could be a very, kind-hearted paragon, which I think most people do, or to like the most ruthless renegade. So, I mean, I'm willing to put Shepard in S because of their, deeds and like no matter how they did it. But like Shepard is a character that depends on how you play.
Yeah.
Very much. Not small listing.
For Hiccup, Adam Jensen, and Shepard, I'll put them in B tier.
Okay.
Optimus Prime, I'm putting in D tier.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk about Optimus Prime first. This mostly stems from... Okay. Part of this comes from what I said earlier about He-Man. Where Transformers was just another one of those cartoons that was made originally for toys.
Yeah.
And that kind of rubs me the wrong way as far as, a character like Optimus Prime. But what makes it even worse are the fucking live-action movies that have been going on since 2007 that have mostly just been Hollywood schlock with barely any substance with them and just constant action scenes that are just soulless. With characters that are basically just one-note plot spewing. Like, all they do is just plot talk. Like, they don't, have personality. The plot is their personality. It's like watching the fucking 2010 Last Airbender movie. Except...
Okay.
So, actually, you know what? Honestly, now I say it, I'm actually going to put him in F.
Okay.
I can't stand those types of fucking characters. So, I am not a fan of just that. And again, it's annoying too, because I remember my relatives really wanted me... This was another franchise that a lot of my relatives really wanted me to get into, but I just didn't.
Yeah.
So, because I remember seeing the first Transformers movie in theaters and just being more confused, because half the movie is just black screen. As I mean black screen, it's just so pitch black a lot of the time. So,
yeah.
And again, it's just reflected. I say that just to apply the entire thing to Optimus Prime, because he's just, again, another character who's just a plot device rather than like a character.
Yeah.
So bad. But as for the other characters, Hiccup, Jace, or not JC, God damn it, Adam Jensen, sorry, and then Commander Shepard. I'd say they're serviceable within their stories. Hiccup, I think he's cool, but like, I will admit, like, I don't find him as interesting as like the other characters or just the world surrounding him. Like, which is kind of weird because I love How to Train Your Dragon. Like, you know, it's one of my those are some of my favorite anime movies ever. But like, Hiccup was just always a character where it's like he's cool, but like he's not the reason why I'm watching those movies.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that's how I feel about him. Adam Jensen, I know people are upset. It's like, oh, why didn't you put why didn't you do JC Denton? How dare you? Like,
what a shame.
Like,
What a shame.
I chose Adam Jensen mostly because JC Denton's only in the first Deus Ex game, whereas Adam Jensen, he's in both the prequel, so he's more of a representative of like, you know, Deus Ex as a whole. But as far as like him, honestly, kind of a similar reason. Funny enough to Hiccup. Like, he's cool, he's serviceable, like above serviceable as a matter of fact, but like I don't play Deus Ex for him. I play for like just sort of the cool conspiratorial universe, cyberpunk universe that they set up. So, and then as for Commander Shepard, again, stay with me, it's a coin toss. So it just depends on how you play them.
Yeah.
But that's all I gotta really say. So
Okay.
All right, my choices. Let's go Dib from Invader Zim.
Yep.
L from Death Note.
Oh, we're getting to L already. All right.
Samurai Jack. And Tony Stark Iron Man.
What a party you have here.
So, okay. Dib. I'm gonna put him in C tier.
Okay, yeah.
L. I'm putting him in S tier.
Oh, same.
Jack. A tier. And then, by the way, this is MCU like Tony Stark, but you can judge them on like the comics if you want. I'll put him in B tier. Okay, so, and it's funny because I'm doing both L and Dib because I wanted to showcase that this is not just a protagonist tier list.
Yeah,
this is a hero tier list. Because even though that they're the antagonistic force of Invader Zim and Death Note respectively, they are not villains. They are technically heroes in the context of the story, but they are the antagonistic force of the protagonists, which are villains.
Yeah.
So
I think makes Death Note a very interesting show in its own right, with how extreme it is.
Yeah, but before we get into Death Note, let's talk about Invader Zim.
Yeah.
So we got Dib. I found him to be a bit too annoying at points. For me to really care for him as much. I don't know, he just doesn't steal the thunder of the show as much as like Zim in the show. And though I will say, like, it is kind of cool whenever like they do have to set aside their differences to go up against like whatever force is like going after both of them, which is pretty nice. Because it does show that like Dib, he's doing it less to like, you know, save the world and more so just to kind of prove that he's right, because like he's basically like a conspiracy nut. Like, let's just
Yeah.
be real here. And I guess that, like, usually I'm not someone who likes conspiracy theories, but like as far as like, so like that's kind of also why like I don't like vibe with him as much. But like he at least has like, you know, pretty funny personality at points. And at least like, you know, he's not like extremely like sinister per se.
Yeah.
So, but then of course, so yeah, I'll put him in C tier. But then of course that gets us into L from Death Note, which, I mean, just the sort of intrigue that he just kind of puts onto Light in the show, I find to be fantastic. Because it's because funny enough, it's actually kind of a similar thing like with Dib, in the sense that like he wants to be proven right, because low key, and I do kind of like have a theory about, at least like, obviously we're talking about the anime with this, we're not talking about any of the other spin-off shit.
Yeah.
I do actually have a bit of a theory.
Okay.
L actually knew that Light was the one killing them at first, but over time, like, in like, he just wanted it to be proven like so badly.
Yeah.
But because of a lot of the tricks that Light does to prevent that, that's when he starts kind of feeling doubtful about it.
Yeah.
Like,
because Light ended up playing the waiting game pretty much.
yeah, Light ended up playing the waiting game. And I don't know, I just kind of find like, I don't know, that's just something that like I kind of find like interesting, because like, again, he's more with like, I don't know, just L overall I just find to be a very, you know,
very interesting character.
I mean, it does help that there's very few characters that I actually am willing to straight up call emo, but he is an emo character. I'll just be straight up about it.
Absolutely.
And he's definitely the best character from anime to point to and be like, yeah, he's emo. So
yeah.
So I gave him a high tier on my emo character tier list. God damn it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, S tier. Like, at least he didn't die like a bitch. I will give him.
Yeah.
But as far, okay, who were the other characters that I chose? Oh yeah, Jack. Jack. Funny
Samurai
enough,
Jack.
Funny enough, he actually went from a character that went from the rule of cool to being a very fleshed out character in his own right. Because like, he didn't talk a single word in the first season of Samurai Jack, which is insane. Like, yeah, like he didn't talk until like season 2.
Oh crap! I did not know that actually.
So the fact that like you were like that, Genny Tartakovsky was able to like write a character like that is a true testament to his craft. I guess the only reason why I don't put him as high is because people are kind of contentious with him in the, you know, Adult Swim season 5. So, but like, still a fantastic character overall. Yeah. And then we've got ourselves Tony Stark / Iron Man for the MCU. I was debating on whether or not I was going to choose Spider-Man instead, but I ultimately ended up choosing Tony Stark because he's kind of the face of at least like the films.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense in that context. And I mean, well, usually I'm not someone who particularly likes a lot of Marvel. Like, granted, I don't hate Marvel. As a matter of fact, like, I will say I'm someone who does at least like Captain America.
Yeah.
And the first Iron Man, I will actually say, is pretty good on its own. So, but like, Tony Stark, I will admit, and he's like one of the few things that like I do at least like about the MCU. Like, Robert Downey Jr. really did make the character out of
Yeah.
Tony Stark in this, and that's
Like-
something that I think is a true testament to just how well he was able to make Iron Man, especially since Iron Man was just not popular until the movie came out.
RDJ is just Tony Stark. Like,
Yeah.
there's those characters where actors just get so well into the role, and that's one of those examples.
I will say though, the only thing that I do have to really knock against this though is the fact that this was the beginning of the Marvel humor thing that I absolutely despise about Marvel. He does it he does it well enough, but every other character just kind of tried doing the same thing and it just did not work with me. And that's one reason why I just could not get into Marvel. That and also because, like I said, I'm not into superheroes as the traditional Marvel DC superheroes as much anyways. So
Yeah.
take that for what you will.
Alrighty. I mean, I pretty much felt the same. I mean, the only difference I could think of, so obviously I put Tony Stark in A, because I think, and a good reason I think I'm glad you put him over Spider-Man, is technically part of what Spider-Man became is thanks to Tony Stark, thanks to Iron Man.
Or at least in the newer Spider-Man movies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they still had quite a significant relationship in the comics.
Well, I guess I was talking about in the context of the films. So.
Oh yeah. And then of course Dib I did put in a low B. But again, I think it works for what Invader Zim was.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it worked. Their dynamic. Obviously, L is an S tier. And then Samurai Jack I put in A tier. So that's for my next 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go Osmosis Jones.
Osmosis Joe Mama.
What the fuck? You know what? We'll go with good old Leon Kennedy here. We'll do a Link from Legend of Zelda, and we'll go ahead and do Cloud because I love me some Final Fantasy. Osmosis Jones. I'll give a high C. I still like Osmosis Jones.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm thinking, obviously he was quite a bit of a prick in the original movie. Yeah, he gets developed better. Just a question mark, but
yeah, question mark.
Yeah, but it's not quite better. Leon, I'm willing to put in A tier. Obviously, I think the most iconic character in Resident Evil. When you think of Resident Evil and think of characters, Leon's definitely up there. Obviously, the main character of 2 and 4, 2 of the most acclaimed Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, he does his best to save people. Like he works for a force in 4 to help save the president's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Which we don't talk about the Help Me Leon jokes. Because, good God, I don't want to hear that in my head tonight.
Help me, Leon.
Help me, Leon. God damn it. Now I'm going to hear it in my head at night. Link is a very interesting one, too, because obviously there's multiple versions of Link. And all of them shown to be, quite heroic. I'm willing to put him in B. But, all the Links have shown to be... Actually, no. I'm putting him in A. If I put Mario and Sonic in fucking A, I'm putting Link in A. Because, Link obviously is a very heroic character. With a man of few words, usually.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cloud, Strife, Final Fantasy VII, the character that everyone thinks of when they think Final Fantasy. I am willing to put him in a B for me. Or actually, no. You know what? I'll put him in A as well. Because I do like Cloud quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, he's going against I'd say a man-made god, as in Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's my listing. That is my listing.
Mine's actually going to be very similar to yours.
Okay.
I do have my differences, but okay, let's go into this with Osmosis.
Mm-hmm.
Osmosis, Jones. I mean, the movie is okay. It's just ruined by the live action stuff and the fact that like piece of shit Kid Rock's in the fucking soundtrack.
Mm.
But as far as like Osmosis himself, yeah, I'll put him in C tier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, like the fact that he's a white blood cell and that he can like kind of transmorph his body is kind of cool. But like, I don't know, he's just kind of your generic. Like, honestly, as far as like the movie and even the show is concerned, Drix is a better character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna straight up say it. Like, if you like, as far as like the dynamic, Osmosis himself just is like kind of weaker. Like, he tries to put out the charisma, but it just doesn't work. So
Yeah.
it's not terrible, but like, it's just better heroes.
Yeah.
But as far as Link and Cloud, I'm gonna put both of them in B tier.
Okay.
As far as like blank slate characters that don't really like talk, I do think Link is one of the better examples of that. I still personally think that like Doom Guy is probably the best example of a character that does that, but with Link, funny enough, it's more specifically, and this is gonna be weird for you, but specifically Twilight Princess Link, like that sort, or like, and like Skyward, like basically the Wii era Link.
Okay.
I think that's probably the Link that I prefer the most, because that was kind of the era when they tried taking Zelda in a more serious route. I mean, hell, Twilight Princess is rated T14, and the only Zelda game rated T14 to my knowledge.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just kind of, I've always preferred that style of Link compared to the more cartoony, like, chibi Wind Waker. Not that that's a bad art style. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, I just prefer, again, you guys know me. I like it when my media takes itself a bit more seriously. So,
Mhm.
and I like that reflection of Link in that. So,
Yeah.
as far as Cloud, I mean, I will admit this part of this comes from ignorance because like I played the original Final Fantasy VII, but I've not played the remake, and so because of that, and because he's a lot more developed in the remake version, I don't have too much to say from that. I found him to be okay,
Yeah.
so that's all I gotta really say about him. But Leon Kennedy, I'll put him in A tier.
Alright.
He is pretty goofy in the original Resident Evil 2, but in the original Resident Evil 4, they made him a lot better as like just general character overall. And of course, you know, in the remake games, like he's even better in those.
Oh yeah.
Especially since, you know, he grew from being just, you know, basically an intern cop to becoming just kind of one of the people helping trying to like, you know, stop all the Umbrella Corps, like, or not Umbrella Corps.
I think it was Umbrella, wasn't it?
Oh no, it was. That's right. Like the
Mhm.
Umbrella Corps, like viruses, like from
Yeah.
just kind of spreading around the world. And also just kind of being in like weirdly enough, being like, you know, kind of, it's hard to describe, like basic, like, you know, being serious enough while having some of the more like, you know, Japanese like anime, like, it's kind of hard to describe. I don't know how to
He's
describe
got some wit to him as
He's
well.
got some wit. That's
There's the famous line of "Where's everyone going?" Bingo. Let's not forget the backflip.
I'm just
in the
gonna say
original
like,
four.
so I don't want to say Japan weirdness, but like, you know what I mean.
Like,
Yeah, the quirkiness.
yeah, the
There's some
quirky,
quirkiness to
like,
it.
you know, kind of like with Yakuza,
Cheesy.
like the more
cheesy of it.
cheesy stuff. I don't know.
Mhm.
I just think that's kind of cool.
Mhm.
But all right, you choose next, and then depending on how much longer you want, we can do like a speed round.
Yeah, okay. Get my model back up here.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Good. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be stationary for a bit. That's all right. So, I feel good picking Aladdin.
Yep.
Arthur Morgan.
Yep. Goldie's up, probably seething that he's not able to talk about Arthur Morgan.
Mm-hmm. They talk about good old. Oh, what's the next one I should pick? You know what? Geralt of Rivia.
Yep.
And I am okay with picking. You know what? Marcus Phoenix. Why not? So, first and foremost, Aladdin.
The war gear.
War gear. War gear. The hit Kojima game. But Aladdin, I'll put in B tier. Cause like obviously, he's not trying to he develops as a character a bit, but he's not trying to save the world initially. He's just trying to pretty much be so and be with this princess as well. Hence the whole Prince Ali stuff. He ends up saving Agrabah, obviously, from Jafar twice. And then there's the whole 40 Thieves movie. But, I still love the Aladdin. I still love me some Aladdin. Do I think he's, the greatest hero character ever? No. But he's definitely not the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And I like him enough that I'll put him in B. Because, again, there is some character development, especially towards the end when he decides to set Genie free.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm okay with B tier for Aladdin. Arthur Morgan. I mean, I'm okay putting Arthur in A tier. Again, he's a character, gotta. It's based on how you play him somewhat, a little bit, but for the most part, he is shown to be a very honorable character. Hence why.
He's another anti-hero character, technically.
Yeah.
So.
And once, after he finds out that one guy ends up dying, that was sick. The guy he did stuff for from his crew, he pretty much told him, get the fuck out of here. And of course, he's the one trying to help the gang in the end because of, Micah. Fuck Micah. Everyone already knows, F-U-C-K Micah. There's good old Geralt of Rivia. Now, I've only played some of Witcher 3. I do like Geralt from what I have played.
Mm-hmm.
I will put him in B tier just because I have not as much experience with him as I do some other characters.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he does see, obviously, he's killing these, deep monsters and all that, as Witchers do. And then Marcus Phoenix. I will give him an A. Obviously, another character, tried to.
Dang.
Problems. I love Gears of War. I actually do love Gears of War.
Oh, I didn't know that. Dang.
The first 3 games were some of my favorite on Xbox. I need to play more of them if I get the chance. But I like Marcus Phoenix as a character. Obviously, one thing I think of when I think of him caring about again, you'll notice a theme with me. If a hero character genuinely cares about their teammates quite a bit, I'm a sucker for it. And one scene in particular I think of is the aftermath of the whole Dom scene, which R.I.P. Dom. But no, that's fine. I'm okay with that. So A tier for him.
Funny enough, I'm actually gonna put every single one of these characters in B.
Oh, okay.
Funny enough, same reasons as to why I put Aladdin in B tier is the same as you. I'm actually not gonna really repeat much of else you've got to say there.
Okay.
But funny enough, basically swap your thoughts on Geralt and Arthur, and that applies to me. I am not familiar with Red Dead story as much. I have very, very little experience with Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. Like, as in, like, only, like, 10 minutes of gameplay in the first game max. So, though, from what, like, I've seen and what Goldie's talked about, he seems pretty, like, you know, venerable, like, and basically seems as if he's trying to, like, you know, correct a lot of the wrongs that he made whenever he was a part of that gang. So
yeah,
which, I mean, fair enough.
like, because I know John Marston was the one in the first game, obviously, but like Arthur, I feel like with how Arthur was too, it definitely could go either way of talking about their character. I'd still give them A's.
Well, I chose Arthur Morgan because, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2 not only is newer, but more people played it because it's on more platforms.
Yeah.
So, and so, yeah, that's all I gotta really say about it. Geralt, this one is weird because it's like, he's also a very morally ambiguously gray character. Like, he still has, like, bits of honor with him, but he's more akin to, like, Agent 47 in the sense of, like, he's not really, like, he's not particularly, like, the good character, but, like, at least, like, in canon, he's not really someone who, like, goes out of his way to, like, pillage, like, entire villages. So, and so, like, in that sense, I feel like he's definitely a character that's a bit more, if, like, I guess this is, he's basically just kind of a similar character, but, like, set in a more more, like, fantasy setting, which, I mean, Witcher universe is pretty cool looking. I really want to get to playing the other. I really want to get to playing the Witcher games at some point.
So. I have 3. I downloaded, like, available in my library. I need to play it at some point again because
I have all 3 of the games. I just haven't gotten to play them, like, as much as I wish. So,
I hate to do this. Can we take a quick pause so I can run to the restroom?
Actually, I kind of need to go to the restroom as well, so I'll be right back as well.
Okay, so chat, we're gonna go on our restroom break. We'll be right back to rank the rest of these heroes.
I mean, if you're not back, I'll just talk about Marcus, if that's all right.
Okay.
So
yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So okay, looks like size still there, or still not there. All right, so I guess while they go on their break, I'm gonna talk about Marcus. So, he's cool. As far as, like, more, I mean, he's definitely a part of that era of, like, the really buff, you know, dude bro, but not, like, annoying dude bro, but, like, more, you know, buff testosterone male characters that were pretty, like, you know, popular with a lot of people at the time. But, like, as far as, like, just general, you know, vibes, I remember whenever I was first playing Gears of War, and honestly, I was kind of surprised with, like, the weird sort of bond, like, not weird, but, like, I was just kind of, like, it took me by surprise with how well, like, him and the rest of his crew were actually bonding together. It actually caught me off guard, because I wasn't expecting them to be, like, I was expecting them to just kind of be your just run-of-the-middle sort of action characters. But no, they have a decent amount of depth into them. And yeah, Marcus, as far as, like, his development in the later games, and him becoming a bit more of a mentor role in the more recent games, well, except for E-Day, which that game's a prequel, but still, I don't know, I just kind of find that to be pretty cool. So yeah, that's all I gotta really say about Marcus. Is he's cool, but there's definitely some characters that, like, I definitely do think are as cool, if not better. So that's just me, though.
Oh, I live.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh my god. Sorry, I was holding it for a couple hours, so.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of relying on Goldie staying here so that we can have an excuse to not.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But, I mean, we are back though.
Yeah,
Both of us.
yeah. I just explained why, like, I think Marcus Phoenix is cool. I was
Yeah.
and how I was actually kind of surprised whenever I first played Gears of War how he had a decent amount of character. So,
Mhm.
all right. So I think we can do a lightning round. So,
Okay.
because I don't know how much longer you've got, and I want to make sure that it's not going to be too
Yeah.
late. So,
Yeah.
So,
Before
yeah.
we start, if you want to send me because you mentioned a big three earlier. If you want to send me your big three, so we could skip over those and save those for last.
actually, it's going to technically be Big Five, but
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
although, do you want to make it like? I think I'm going to do like this first row of characters, and if you want, you can do the next big row of characters.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right, let's do it. All right,
All right.
Aloy from Horizon. Granted, part of this is biased because I just did not like playing Horizon when I did it. D tier.
Okay. I put C. I'm not as familiar with Horizon. I'm familiar enough, but I feel indifferent.
Fair. All right, Batman. So this one's also weird because it depends on which version of Batman. You can go Dark Knight. You can go Batman Begins. But I think I'm just gonna put him in B tier. Same thing with
Okay.
Iron Man. It just kind of depends.
Yeah.
So
A tier for me. He cares about his villains. Actually wants some of them to get better.
my
Depending on
cousin
which
loves Batman, by the way. Like,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Yeah.
Bayonetta. Hot take. A tier. She had a lot. She had a lot more interesting sort of dynamics that were kind of brought into the table, especially in Bayonetta 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like she has a very similar thing going on as Dante,
Yeah.
and so like I think the way that like she kind of like does that was also pretty cool. So
Oh yeah.
all I gotta really say is that she's. I don't want to say she's like the female version of Dante because she's different in other ways, but
Yeah, but Devil May Cry and Bayonetta are two of a kind.
So where do you put her?
A tier.
Okay,
A tier.
A
I
tier.
only not put her in S because I'm not as familiar with Bayonetta. I just know enough.
Yeah. All right. Okay, is the. Sorry, I keep trying to check the. Damn it! Your thing it keeps glitching out on like.
It
Twitch.
does. It does. We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, it's. I think
Uh,
It might just be the. I think it's Discord messing around with the. With
OBS virtual.
Yeah, it's stupid. But
Mhm.
all right. Ben 10.
Yep.
B tier. Like
Sounds about right.
he's just kind of. He has cool abilities, but I guess it just depends on how you feel about Ben being a child or a teenager.
Yeah.
So fair. So you put him in B.
Yeah, I put him in B.
All right. Cole McGrath. C tier. I will admit this is probably the character I'm the most not the most. I'm the least familiar with because. Which I know that's heresy, cause like fucking I know that's heresy because like one of my favorite characters of all time was also made by the same studio who made Infamous, but like just haven't had the time. So but at least from what I can tell, he's fine. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's pretty fine. I didn't play Infamous as much, but obviously when you think of Infamous, you think of Cole McGrath. But I would put it as C, but obviously he is the face of his franchise.
Yeah. All right, Danny Phantom. If it weren't for fucking Butch Hartman, I would have put him in like A or S, but because of
Yeah.
Butch Hartman, I'm gonna put him in B
Yeah.
because I think that like overall, like that's definitely his best show, and Danny as a whole, I like how he was able to like just sort of develop him and turn what could have just been a typical like Saturday morning sort or not Saturday morning but just a typical like Nickelodeon teen superhero show into something that like has a lot more just kind of depth to it, but because Butch Hartman's a piece of shit, it kind of taints it a little bit. So
Yeah. I mean, put Butch Hartman aside, I put it in B still. Like I put it in a higher B, but like I've also compared it to a couple of the shows that like around that same era.
yeah, and I will admit, out of the big three of that era, which we've got one more to talk about, but we'll talk about them later on.
Oh yeah.
I feel like he's the weaker of the three.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just me though.
Yeah.
All right.
That
Sorry.
Ripley?
Yeah, Ripley. Ellen Ripley.
Ellen Ripley, yeah.
From Alien.
Yep.
I'll put her in A tier. As far as a character that kind of went from being more on like the reserved sort of not necessarily not knowing what to do to ultimately becoming an ultimate badass. She's definitely on the top of that like list. And just seeing that like her like going out of her way to just kind of prove okay, let me phrase that. Just kind of getting her like basically like her going out of her way to save a kid in Aliens. I think like that's pretty noble, and destroying a xenomorph queen just on her own like is pretty impressive. And even just despite that, just kind of her arc coming full circle in Alien 3, whether you'll not like Alien 3 or not, that's a whole other story. It's at least like it's a humble beginning, middle, and end, I would say.
Yeah.
So that's all I can say
A-tier.
about it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
A tier for me as well for the same reasons.
Fair.
Mm.
All right, Fox McCloud. C tier. Like, granted, part of the reason it comes from the fact that like similar to Sonic, there's more bad games than good. And so like even though they're guilty pleasure of mine, even I have to admit, yeah, he's just kind of been this like his characters have just been kind of samey like throughout all the games, and it doesn't really help that like I don't know, there's just been some weird design like choices that they've made for him.
Yeah.
So.
I put him in low B, honestly, for mostly the same reason. Although there's a reason everyone thinks Falco's cooler.
Yeah. All right. Well, hot take for you with this guy. Gordon Freeman. I don't think I need to repeat myself for this. I'm putting him in D tier.
Okay.
Like, and there's the Half-Life fanboys. I don't think I need to say more other than I don't need to say anything else that I've said before other than he's, at least in my opinion, one of the worst examples of a mute character, because unlike Doom Guy, they gave him a background and they like gave him like a background, like they gave him a background story, but they still try to make you insert yourself into him, but you can't because he had like I don't know. never really liked that. And I don't like the fact that in Half-Life 2, like, I also don't like the fact that, like, everyone in the game basically worships you like a god, similar to, like, Harry Potter. It rubs me the wrong way. So,
That's fair.
that's all I gotta say about Gordon Freeman.
Okay, yeah. Lower C for me. I mean, I haven't played Half-Life. I know a lot of people like Half-Life. I know you and some other people don't. I'm indifferent. I'm like,
Well,
I know he exists.
I don't hate Half-Life anymore, but I still think it's overrated.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
all right, Jason Bourne.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Someone had to say it.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Thank you.
I'll put him in like a C tier, but like a high C.
Yeah.
I feel like he should have just been one movie, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Because
makes sense.
like I like the first Bourne movie, Bourne Identity, but like it kind of wraps itself up at the end. There's not really much else you could do after that, but they did anyways. And well, to be fair, I heard good things about the second and third movies. The movies after that, not so much. Especially the one where the fucking meme comes from.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
So, also, I just find it, I don't know, I just kind of find it weird where it's like, you know, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like the fucking CIA or like FBI or whoever the fuck, they're just always searching for him. And they're just like, I don't know, just, I know they don't actually do this in the movies. This is just my headcanon.
Yeah.
They're just, you know, searching the entire world, just spying on Jason Bourne and just living their shit being like, oh my god, that's Jason Bourne. It's Jason Bourne. Go after him. Like, that, I know I'm so, like, making that sound memey, but that's quite literally what the franchise is.
Pretty much. It's very, it can be very cheesy at times.
Yeah.
How much does it? Like, I put it in B personally, just, I think I kind of also love the cheesiness of it a bit. But, like, Jason Bourne can be quite a badass character. Obviously, an off the grid.
Yeah.
What a character himself.
Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. Oh my god, it's Jason
Bourne.
All right. Fuck. Jim Hawkins.
Yep.
I'll put him in B tier.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
I mean, again, just kind of a similar, funny enough, a similar sort of story beat to Hercules. Just add in the sort of, you know, betrayed by a father figure sort of, you know, motif in there.
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta really say, if I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So, do you have anything else?
No, not really. I mean, you pretty much summed it up. Okay, I like Jim. I wish I give him B, but thinking about it, I'll probably go ahead and give him a high C.
Dang.
Even though I love Treasure Planet, it's like one of my favorite movies.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be fair.
Yeah. All right, John Price. So, I really wanted to do like a Black Ops character, but objectively speaking, most people know who Price is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also put him in B tier. A part of me wishes, like, part of me wants me to put him in A tier, but I gotta be realistic here. Like,
Okay.
I mean, he's fine in the original Call of Duty 4, but like, he's more just kind of plays the role of, like, you know, your captain.
Yeah.
He doesn't really start becoming that sort of anti-hero until like the game after in MW2.
Mm.
And again, like, he's very, like, it's kind of a similar thing with what I said about Marcus, like, Phoenix, where it's like he's just more like, he's definitely like above average, I would say, but he's definitely not my favorite character in Call of Duty. So that's all I gotta really say. He's cool.
Okay.
But
yeah, he's very cool. Like, hence the reason why most people know him. I'll put him in B as well. But, like, even as someone who had played Call of Duty as much, obviously I did enjoy Price.
Mhm.
Whenever I do played it. But
Yeah. Alright. Oh god. Another hero I just can't stand. So who here remembers Hunger Games? Whenever that was popular.
oh boy, I volunteer as tribute.
I'm putting Katniss in S, like not in S, F.
I was gonna say, holy shit, wait, that's a turd.
No. Notice, by the way, notice how, like, I've been shitting on a lot of, like, movie adaptations of, like, book characters, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be frank. There was just an era for a while where a lot of book adaptations were just not good. And they were just popular because they were based off of popular books. Like, just stop fucking doing that shit. Like, make up original ideas.
Well, if you're gonna do it good.
Do it right.
Because you can. Lord of the Rings is proof.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings is proof. But here's the thing. If I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember when the last time people talked about fucking Hunger Games. When was the last time that you heard about people talk about Hunger Games?
There was the newer series, but even then, no one really talked about it.
See, I didn't even know that there was a newer series until literally last week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, apparently there was a movie released last year.
Yeah.
That I did not know about at all. Like, no one told me.
Like, Hunger Games had its time, and
it was
if the movie
just...
would have came out closer to it, maybe it would have worked, but at the same time...
It just was one of those...
It's also just far later.
Well, it also doesn't help that it's just a universe that just makes no sense. Because they tried doing the whole 1984 thing, where it's like sort of an authoritarian thing, and they basically just they have the Hunger Games for sport, and I don't know, they try to even throw in a little bit of Chosen One bullshit into Katniss, which I just did not like at all.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sorry, most of it most of it just stems from the fact that, like, I think most of the reason why I just don't like shit like Harry Potter or Percy Jackson, I will admit part of it is because my relatives really, really, really wanted me to like this shit, and I just hate it. Like, when people try to force down, like, shit, like, I just end up hating it more.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ultimately part of the reason why I just can't stand shit like Harry Potter or fucking Steven Universe.
Yeah, it feels like it's getting shoved onto you. It's just like it definitely dampens the enjoyment.
Yeah,
you may have had.
Just let me fucking enjoy shit on my own time. Don't, like, shove it down. Otherwise, I'm just gonna hate it. So
yeah.
But anyway, and then I guess the last one of the row is Lionel. Although notice how I used a picture of the 2011 version, because that's objectively better than the original. Don't at me. And, well, Lionel in the 2011 Thundercats is what brings him up to B tier. If we're talking about the original or Thundercats Roar, then oh my god, he would be an F tier so hard. But wow, they made him into an actual character with a full-on arc in that 2011 show, which actually made things interesting. So that's all I got. So if you want, like, a good way to adapt old 80s cartoons, in my opinion, that's actually the best that has happened. So,
Okay. I mean, let me sneeze real quick.
Excuse you.
Thank you. I'm allergic to making a don't know tier because I do have to put this one on don't know because this is the character I definitely have no idea about. I think there's only like one other character that'll go on here. We'll get to eventually, but I just don't know enough about this character to Because at least the other characters, even if I didn't know them as well, I at least know of them.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I'm just not too familiar with Thundercats.
Let me remind you that Thundercats was made by the same people who made all those.
Yeah, and Mattel.
No, this wasn't Mattel.
Oh. Oh.
Let me remind you that Thundercats was made by the same people who made those stop motion animated Christmas movies from the 60s and 70s.
No fucking way.
Yes.
What?
Yes. They even had some of the same voice actors in the original Thundercats. It's made by Rankin Bass.
It's actually kind of insane. I would have never guessed that.
I've already done that tier list. Go watch it. It was a fucking... We saw someone turn into a tree.
Excuse me? What kind of fucking tier list did you make?
Once we're done with this, I'm showing you it.
Yeah, show me that part. Show me that part, please. I'm curious
Okay.
to know.
Okay, I already done my row. You can do the other row, although I'm assuming you know what characters not to choose. So
I at least see one of them. Send me the list, full list before.
you could see the bottom 5 characters on my screen. So
Oh, okay. Yes, I see. Let me arrange them in that order. So that way I know, at least. Because these are the characters we're going to be saving for last.
actually, hold on. One
Oh.
more.
One more, okay.
There we go. Peace has been restored.
Alright, I'm watching. Yes, 3. Okay, there. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yes, alright. So I get to start with Meredith from, or whatever the fuck her name was.
Merida, more like
Merida.
Meridum. F. So.
I mean, I'll put her in D. Like, I don't hate Brave. Is it the greatest movie of time? No, definitely not. And she's definitely responsible for turning her mom into a bear. And I mean, she saves, her parents, her dad from killing her mom bear, I guess, and enslaved more. I don't know. I'm gonna put her in D because I don't necessarily hate her.
Oh, I do.
Fair.
The
So you put
worst
her-
Disney princess, and she wasn't even made by Disney proper.
Was she not?
No, she used Pixar.
I guess that makes sense.
Also, I mean, I'm not gonna repeat. Okay, well, we haven't done a Pixar tier list yet, but all I'm gonna say right now is, I was excited about this movie, and when I saw it, I was so mad. Okay, not mad. I was just so upset because I like more medieval fantasy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this movie was so boring. And part of it was because Merida is an even worse plank of wood than fucking Percy Jackson.
Hmm.
Need I say more?
Okay. And I guess next up we got Mr. Incredible, the man himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I am gonna put Mr. Incredible. I feel like I could probably put him at an A. Feel confident enough to put him up there, like low A, but
Yeah, I'll put him in.
Obviously he's a superhero. He saved the world, and countless times he saves his family at one point, or his family saves him. I can't remember. It's been a while. And obviously, he dealt with Sinestro, whatever his syndrome, whatever that villain's
Syndrome.
name was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was a big, Mr. Incredible fan. No capes. That's a big plus for him. No cape.
Well, I'm Incrediboy. My name is Incrediboy.
Really. But no, I mean, I really had not much else to say.
Yeah, I put him in A tier. As far as just kind of... This is weird, because he's one of the few examples of a character that, like, degrades, but, like, tries to learn to, like, kind of get back up. That actually
Yeah.
worked. Like,
Yeah.
because usually that's a trope that, like, people hate, including, like, us here, but it was done in a way in which it was very realistic, especially, like, realistic in, like, you know, superhero way, I guess. But, and, you know, it just kind of works, especially considering that, like, his flaws ultimately ended up kind of hurting him in the long run, i.e., what he inadvertently did with Syndrome. So,
Yeah.
and he eventually just kind of learns to right those wrongs, and that's something that I think is appreciated. So, and that's coming from someone who usually doesn't like a lot of superhero media. So,
Yeah.
pretty cool.
All right, I guess we got the Prince next from Prince of Persia.
Hey, it's Prince.
Hey. I mean, I'll go ahead and put him in a B tier myself. I get it's one of those games that I'm not as familiar with as most people who had played it. Like I have played it a little bit.
How have
Like,
you
somewhat.
not finished these games?
Obviously, I've seen you play it in the past before, and like, I feel like I understand enough that I feel like I could put the Prince in a B tier.
Mm-hmm. All right, say it with me. It's a roll of the dice, because there's multiple different versions of the Prince. Because there's the original 80s/90s version, there's the Sands of Time version, there's the 2008 version, and then there's the new Lost Crown version. So it just depends on what version you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, but in the context of this, we're going to talk about Yuri Lowenthal, aka Sir Gareth Cooper from Sly 4. Hence, that's why I call him Prince.
Yeah.
We're talking about that version. And I'll put him in a B tier. Admittedly, part of that comes from the fact that, like, he became an edgelord in Warrior Within, which I like Warrior Within, but, like, people I do feel like rate that one a bit too highly. I think that Two Thrones was a much better, you know, sequel, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Just overall, I just feel like he's pretty much cool. And, well, at least the fact that Yuri Lowenthal voices him and a character from Sly 4 spawned the Prince meme. So
yeah. And of course, we got my second. Don't know. I don't know who any idea.
That's
who the fuck this
Ranger from Quake.
is. I've never played Quake.
What have you played? You didn't play Prince of Persia, you didn't play Quake, you didn't play Witcher, like...
I played Witcher. Oh, hold on, let's get that out of the way. I have played at least one of the Witcher games. At least one.
Yeah. Am I the only one who's played everything?
Yeah, apparently. So, I guess we'll hear what you put.
Okay, I love Quake. As a matter of fact, I'd say it's software's best game ever made. Like, and it's one of the best first-person shooters ever made. However, I don't play Quake for its hero. As a matter of fact, it pains me to say, but I'm actually gonna have to put him in F tier.
Oh,
He's just a discount Doom guy.
it kind of looked like it. I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
lie.
he's literally just Doom guy, but with a yellow armor set.
Okay.
And even though they try doing the rule of cool with him, but it just didn't work out as well, especially since they tried making him a bit better, in air quotes, in Quake Champions, and well, since that game fell flat on its face, so did their attempt at making Ranger interesting. Because there's only so much that you can try to do to make a character that already wasn't really that cool to begin with cooler. It was a miracle that they did it with Lion-O. So, I rest my case.
All right. I guess next up we got Rayman.
Rayman.
The Rayman himself. I'll give him a C. I'll give it a high C.
Yeah, I'll give him C as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fun character. I mean, I don't know the complete stakes of his games. I'm familiar with Rayman at least. I think I played a little bit of Rayman, like way back on a friend's console. But like, it's just a fun little character, fun little hero guy.
I will never forgive him for spawning the rabbits, though.
Yeah, he did spawn those. Before the minions, we had the rabbit.
But yeah, Rayman, he's fine. Like, as far as like mid-90s platformer characters are concerned, he was actually, funny enough, one of the better ones that was third party.
Oh.
Because people forget that like throughout the 90s there were and even the early 2000s there were so many platformer like mascots that were trying to be made, many of which failed. But Rayman was one of the few that was able to stick out, especially with its very beautiful art direction in the original game. Like, damn, it still holds up. Like, and of course, Rayman's 2 and 3 being iconic games in their own right, including the early 2010 sort of prequel reboot hybrid games. It's a damn shame that they haven't really touched the IP since, besides the fact that they made him a drunk asshole in Captain Laserhawk, but that's a whole other can of worms.
Oh god.
But as far as the original Rayman is concerned, he's fine. Like, he's just kind of your Mario, like, or Mega Man equivalent, but for the 5th generation. So,
and of course, we got the guy from Psychonauts.
Rasputin!
Raz! I'll put him in C for the same reason I put Rayman in. Is that, while I might not be as familiar with Psychonauts, I really want to fucking play Psychonauts for myself completely because they look so much fun. Like, again, it's a fun little character, fun little dude.
I will say, I mean, I've met Richard Stephen Horvitz in real life, so I kind of have an obligation to put him high.
That's fair, that's fair.
So I'm going to put him in a high B, but keep in mind that's coming from someone who actually didn't really like the first Psychonauts, or at least whenever I first played it. Maybe I just played the game wrong, I don't know. Because the game has a leveling system in it, which makes it to where there's certain roadblocks, and I kept running into them back to back, and it started kind of getting annoying.
Well, yeah.
But it wasn't like a roadblock like Ratchet and Clank, but whatever. I explained it in my stream. I don't want to go over here. But
yeah,
basically, I like the best part of the game easily was just the narrative beats and just like the characters themselves, including Raz. Because he ran away from his circus home because he wanted to be a psychonaut. So he went to the camp, and just sort of his interactions with a lot of the characters, and even just sort of introspectiveness was interesting. Though I will say, he does suffer a lot from like what you mentioned earlier with certain characters like Steven Universe.
Oh god, yeah.
Where he like, where it's like, you know, friendship is foreverism. So, I mean, it's not like to the same level, but it's kind of, it was kind of, at least in my opinion, one of the first things that kind of started that wave. So,
okay.
But as far as like a character in his own right, I like Raz. Even if I didn't like the game that he's from, he's still a good character. And I am willing to at least play the sequel just to see if that one's better. Because at least I give things second chances. So
yeah. All right, and I guess next up we got Robin Hood.
Rob in the Hood.
Yeah, oh god. Stealing from the rich to give to the poor. You know what? That's enough of a thing to give me. He's an OG when it comes to most peak characters on this list.
I mean, I think he is. No, he's not the oldest character. I think it's either the Doctor or James Bond is the oldest, I think, on this list.
Yeah. And honestly, he is someone that's trying to gently help the poor from the rich.
Yeah.
But enough respect for me to give him an S. Admittedly.
I'll put him in B.
Okay.
I feel like he's a character that walked so that another character on this list could run. Obviously, we'll get to them later.
Oh yeah.
But you know what? Because of that, I'll put him in high B as well.
All right. Sweet.
So we'll get to them when we get to them. But
Absolutely.
he's basically a proto for one of the characters on this list. So,
Yep.
All right.
And then next up, we got Sam Fisher from
Sam
Splinter Cell.
Fisher. You gotta put this man high. I swear to God. Like,
I am gonna put him in A actually.
thank
I will
God.
actually put him at A.
Like,
obviously, I did play a couple of the PS2 Splinter Cells back in the day. Obviously, I like as you can tell from probably the James Bond thing, I like the whole spy thing as well a little bit. I like it a little more than I realized. I know he's not necessarily I wouldn't say he's necessarily a spy.
no, he's he's more infiltration special forces.
He's very infiltration. I like again, he does it well. I like my sneaky. I like some sneaky characters. I don't know how people felt about Conviction. I did love Conviction. I actually really like Conviction.
I thought Conviction was fine. It just isn't. It's just not a Splinter Cell game. Like I liked it better than Double Agent. Fuck Double Agent.
Mm-hmm. And canonically, he is it. I mean, for any people watching out there that does the shooter stuff, he is in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, he's playable in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I know he goes by a different name, but it is Sam Fisher.
Yeah, even though he should be way too old to be doing that, but whatever.
Yeah.
Ubisoft, just give us a fucking new Splinter Cell game. God damn it.
I
Although,
will
to be
give you-
fair, I don't know if that's gonna happen because they've been in trouble, but that's again another conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Sam Fisher. I'm putting him in high A. I might even put him in S tier, but
Ooh.
I'll put him in high A for now. I fucking love Splinter Cell, especially the first game in Chaos Theory. Those fucking games are amazing.
Mm.
And it's complemented by the fact that Sam Fisher, and I don't care what anyone says, I agree with people that saying that he actually is as good, if not slightly better, than Solid Snake as far as stealth. And I'm not gonna fucking hear anyone say otherwise. He's that damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also complemented by the fact that he pretty much not only obviously he cares about his country, but he's someone who even acknowledges some of the more corrupt shit, and he doesn't really like the fact that there's a lot of a lot of behind the scenes shit even within his department in the NSA.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that not a lot of military games do. Granted, it's not technically military. You're playing as an NSA operative, which is not military, but similar motif. You don't really see a lot of that in a lot of games. So that's something I appreciate. And, well, the fact that he also pretty much cares about his family. like, which is
Mhm.
something that I also find to be pretty like honorable. Though I don't know, like, I guess the only reason why I'm not putting him in S is I didn't like the voice change that they did in Blacklist. I love Blacklist. I just kind of wish it was a different character as opposed to Sam Fisher.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, A tier. So, yeah.
Oh, well, hell yeah. And I guess next up, we got Samus from Metroid.
Yep.
Which, I mean, thinking about it, did Samus have much of a personality in the early games?
No,
Not
she
really.
really didn't have that until like honestly Metroid Prime 2-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. I mean, for that reason, I'm willing to give her a B because I still really like Samus.
Mhm.
I still really do like her, and obviously, but like I think if she had more of a personality, like in the earlier games, I feel like I could put her up to A. But yeah, she still does her thing. Obviously.
I mean, for me, it's kind of the rule of cool. Like,
Yeah.
I don't particularly care. Like, as long as you have like a cool looking tool set, that's what that's fine with me.
Mhm.
So I'll put her in a B tier as well. Mostly because it's like, I don't know, I just also really like a lot of the I actually really like a lot of the games that were on the GBA for Metroid. And so
Yeah.
like there's a little bit of a bias in there. But it's just an example of a character that like somehow was able to go oh no, no, in the original Metroid like it was shown that she was a female.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
I
she's
think
just
it was at the end, but
yeah, like she's definitely one of the earliest examples of like a video game like female protagonist that
Mhm.
has at least helped stand the test of time. So
yeah. And I guess next up we got Simon Belmont, one of the OG, like I think the OG, like Belmont, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, he's the first at least the first Belmont in the like context of like game releases. Trevor's older, and then
Mm-hmm.
there's a few others.
Richter eventually came along.
Yep.
And like a couple others, but I mean, I wanted to give Simon a B, just because I think it's just for standalone, like how big Castlevania was with like the supernatural gaming sort of spear, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like I wouldn't call them horror games because like they're
Yeah.
not like
Because that's why I use supernatural, because like
it's
not
dark
horror,
fantasy is the
yeah,
proper
dark fantasy.
yeah. It walked so that like other games like Nightmare Creatures or even like the Souls games could like run as far as like their sort of look.
Mm-hmm.
So
Someone can give him B.
I'm actually gonna put him in A.
Oh, okay.
So I will say that's not coming from the NES versions. We're talking Super Nintendo onwards.
Okay.
So, because I like Castlevania 4, even though that game's still kind of fucking annoying to play. I mean, I at least beat it, like, mostly properly. Fuck Death. Fuck Death is the worst goddamn boss ever.
Okay.
He's the one boss I had to fucking, like, actually, like, skip and cheat on. Like, because Death in most of the Castlevania games is super goddamn cheap. It actually pissed me off. But anyways, but yeah, no, as far as being like one of the first kind of, you know, demon hunter-esque character. I know he's a vampire hunter, you know, same difference. Like he's definitely one that like has seen many iterations, but each of the iterations has honestly, like, again, I keep saying the coolness factor. I don't know. I just like vibes.
Yeah.
I'm someone who goes off of vibes. Like, and Simon Belmont And I'll even give an honorable mention to Trevor Belmont from not just Castlevania 3 and Curse of Darkness, but also the Castlevania show on Netflix.
Mhm.
Like, I'll give him an honorable mention because they both passed the vibe, like the badass vibe check. Like, that's why I put Dante and Bayonetta. It's the same
Yeah.
thing with Simon. That's all I gotta say. So,
Okay. And then Colonel. I made it onto a slide to emo Emperor tier list, Colonel.
oh my god.
We gotta go with Snake. Good old Snake.
Motherfucking solid Snake.
Not many people could get away with sneaking in a cardboard box, but my god, this
Wait,
man
solid Snake? What type of name is that? That's like calling your that's like saying your name is erect.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Have you not seen the AVGN?
Apparently not, because what the fuck are you talking about?
Go watch his Metal Gear video so that you know context.
Okay. I'll put in Snake in A tier. Like,
I'm actually gonna put him in S tier.
oh, okay.
So,
That's fair.
what's your reasonings?
I mean, he is a very cool character. Obviously, an infiltrator, much like Sam Fisher. I mean, the OG infiltrator. And I mean, well, I've played a little bit of the games at a friend's house. I have a friend of mine that loves Metal Gear, so I do know quite a bit about Metal Gear enough that I feel comfortable putting him in A.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't put him in S because I still want to go through this series myself.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I haven't played very many Metal Gear games. Like, I went back and tried to play the original game, but that game's hard as fuck, because,
Mm-hmm.
originally a fucking old 80s computer game.
Yeah.
And then last year, I actually played Metal Gear Solid, the original, for the first time.
Ooh.
And I thought it was actually fantastic for the time. Like, and again, keep in mind, like, that was, like, right around the time whenever, basically, like, around the time where I was, like, basically just, like, a baby. Like, both of us were. So, like, makes me kind of annoyed that I'll probably never own the game physically, although I've got a PlayStation Classic, so at the end of the day, I still own the game. So, but yeah, no. As far as like, a character himself, yeah, no, I definitely do think that like Solid Snake, he's like, he has a he's very funny. Like, he's similar to Sam Fisher in that he's like very much like a military guy, but like, he also understands just kind of the ethics of certain situations, and even just straight up goes against like multiple occasions, just kind of the upper command, just for the sake of what's best for saving lives. Especially, like I said, whenever I was playing the original Metal Gear, like the first Metal Gear Solid, and just sort of his dynamic with a lot of the other characters in that game, even including a lot of the people that he went up against, and just even some, like, not necessarily sympathizing, but just kind of understanding why they go up against him. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's a very understanding character.
Yeah.
But ultimately has to do what he has to do in order for him to like complete the mission and just straight up survive. So
Okay, yeah.
Granted-
After saying all that, I only put him in S tier actually. After all that,
yeah, like, he's honestly, I can see why a lot of people do consider him to be one of the best characters of all time. Like, even though like Sam Fisher, I do think is a better stealth operative. Like, Snake is a better overall written character, and I will like admit that.
Oh yeah. And then we want to talk about well written. Towards the end of the show, definitely not. Star from Star vs. the Forces of Evil.
This one sucks because it's like. Okay, I'll let you talk first.
I mean, I am gonna put her in D. I'm not gonna put her all the way in F, but like I put her in D because for what I know about the finale of the show and how that ends, it really ruined a lot of what Stars vs. Forces of Evil, including Star herself.
She's such a fucking idiot. She's such a fucking idiot. I'm putting her in D as well. I'm not gonna put her in F because I still like the first 2 seasons, but holy shit, those last 2 seasons. What the hell were they thinking? Like, oh my god. It's like they changed her into a completely different character. Like, because she originally was like very like joyful and endearing, and she eventually became very bratty and selfish. To where she was just pretty much borderline unlikable by the end of the series.
Oh god, yeah.
And god, it actually pissed me off. Like,
because I know a lot of Star vs. Forces of Evil fans were pissed, especially with the last sort of stuff.
Yeah, just imagine like how bad the series finale for Game of Thrones was, but apply it to animation. That's how bad the Star vs. the Forces of Evil finale was.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that could match that or possibly top is the Voltron finale, but we won't talk about that. I was in that fandom when that happened.
Or fucking Rise of Skywalker, but I'm not ranting about that movie ever again. Don't make me.
Yeah, I won't, don't worry. But that's okay, because we're going to move on to a better character. He's back. The Terminator.
This one's kind of an interesting one because, I mean, they technically started off as a villain, even though it wasn't the same model, but it's the general, like, I guess.
Yeah, he's more, because it's more of an, what did you say, anti-hero sort of thing?
Well, okay, it's more of a vessel for, like, the machine that runs the kind of, like, that runs, like, the AI that's, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I would describe it. We're basically just judging the Terminator 2, 3, and Genesis version of this Terminator, because the Terminator from Terminator 1 is not the same, like, thing.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm willing to give at the least, I'll go ahead and do a high, because I still think the Terminator is quite a badass character in his own right. And obviously, he's not perfect hero, especially if we're taking into account of other stuff like the first movie at all, which I know we aren't. But like,
I mean, the first movie is actually more of a horror movie than it is a sci-fi movie. Like, I mean, it's more of a slasher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with giving him like a high B at the least.
If in a perfect world, if this was only like Terminator 2 that existed, I would have put him in A. But because Terminator 3 and Genesis exists, I gotta put him in C.
Damn, were they that bad?
Okay. I didn't think Terminator 3 was that bad. I thought it was just okay.
Yeah, Genesis.
Like, Genesis was that bad, though.
Okay, yeah, I remember hearing about Genesis. Not a lot of people were happy.
They spoiled the movie in the trailer.
Oh, like, God.
How do you fuck that up?
Exactly what Kingdom Hearts 3 did.
God. I mean, granted, I didn't actually see the trailer somehow, but, like, my uncle and my cousin, they wanted to see the movie with me. And, oh my God, it was so, like, it was so boring.
Oh, boy.
And it didn't help that, like, because keep in mind, he wasn't in Terminator Salvation. That was just kind of more of a bridge movie leading into the conflict that was kind of like the Skynet conflict.
Yeah.
But like, God, the writing was so weak in that movie, and just the way that they wrote the Terminator, it just made no sense. Like, I don't know. You'd have to like see clips in order to know what I'm talking about. Like, and truth be told, it's been a while since like I've seen clips from that movie in particular. But like, oh my god, it did kind of like ruin it a little bit and just made things too weird.
Hmm.
So
That makes sense. Yeah.
also thanks a lot for making Matt Smith Skynet.
Fuck yeah.
They made him the
Alright.
main villain of fucking.
Oh my god. Matt Smith. Matt Smith. Let's talk about the biggest cheater in anime.
Oh my god,
Yuki Moto.
Yuki. And by the way, like,
We're not talking about Yami. We're talking
yeah,
about Yuki.
yeah. For context, we're talking about like, because I know people might be confused. It's like, oh, we're talking about like the fucking guy with like the eyeliner. No, that's technically a different character. He just uses a physical form similar to Yugi Muto. Yami
Yeah.
Fuso is a different character. So
Yeah.
just for context. So we're talking about Yugi.
Yeah,
who,
when you,
yes,
when you
is a
see
cheater.
the grown-looking version of Yugi, that's Yami. It's within the Millennium Puzzle.
Yes, it's a different character. So
So I mean, I still like Yugi. Like I still think he's a likable dude.
he's just annoying at points.
Mhm.
Like,
I'll give him a high C. But like I still like him. But if we were talking about Yami, then I'd say a higher. But since we're talking about Yugi himself,
I mean, if we were talking about Yami or shit, I'll even throw this hot take. If we were talking about UC from 5Ds, they'd be much
Mhm.
higher. But
yeah.
no,
What about
Yugi.
Jaden from GX? Let's not get into that one. Let's not
GX
open that can of worms.
GX was boring.
Hmm.
And I don't even know who the fuck the other characters from the other series are, because that was past my time. Anyways,
Mhm.
yeah, I'll put them in like a lower C. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. Again, part of this, again, similar to One Piece, was just ultimately ruined by the stupid 4Kids dub.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just why couldn't you just like? Did Funimation even exist in like the early 2000s? Like,
No.
hold on, I gotta check that, cause like I swear to God, like, but yeah, like he's just he's just another one of those characters from like the early 2000s. I guess technically late 90s if you're counting the manga, but whatever.
Mhm.
That just was just more annoying than like endearing. And that
Yeah.
was just a trend that I just was not a big. Yeah, 1994. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's been around for a while. God dang.
Yeah, well, Funimation. They've been around
Oh,
since
Funimation. Okay.
they've been around since 1994.
To be fair, I think maybe Funimation
Like,
was not. Obviously, we watched like the Saturday morning cartoons and like the Cartoon Networks and all that. So when 4Kids was dominant in that field for some reason during that time.
well, then here's my question: why are you like dubbing a lot of violent anime for kids?
Oh, freaking no! They definitely censored the crap out of them. That's for sure.
Yeah. Also, really, like, you censored guns to where the guards are just pointing.
Yeah.
You see why I
What?
didn't get an anime, by the way?
Yeah. No, I definitely understand.
Because, again, I remember that shit being on Toonami back in the day. And, God, I was just not impressed.
I'm so sorry you got 4Kids. But on the plus side, we get to talk about some characters
yeah.
you really like.
Yes, we saved the last 6 for last. It was originally going to be 3, but because of, like, me not realizing this was going to be a longer stream because you guys took, like, 20 minutes talking about Sonic. Like,
Yeah. I think we all did.
let's rank. I mean, it should be pretty obvious where I'm going to place all of these characters, because I wanted to end on a positive note.
Yeah.
But let's start with the first three. Spywo, Master Chief, and motherfucking Luke Skywalker. They're all going in S tier.
Okay.
It should be pretty obvious as to why I'm putting like all of them there. Because
Yeah.
although before I say my 2 cents, do you want to say your 2
Well,
cents?
Where I put them all? Oh, obviously I put Luke Skywalker in S tier. Chosen one trope done right.
Actually, technically, no.
Well,
He's
technically, no,
technically
he's not the chosen one.
he's not the chosen one.
That's
like-
right. Wait. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, and obviously Luke Skywalker is such an iconic fucking hero. Like when you think of Star Wars, you think of Luke Skywalker.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you probably also think of Darth Vader, but we're talking about heroes here, so fuck Darth Vader right now. But I feel like Luke's just too good of a hero. Like, obviously, humble beginnings, as humble as they can get for him. And eventually he becomes this Jedi Master in Episode 6. You know, trained under Yoda, trained under Obi-Wan. And then we got the other two, Master Chief and Spyro. I put them both in a high A. I still love them. I still absolutely love them. It's not like, oh, you know, they don't deserve to be S. I just got to be fair to myself. And Halo, I'm only counting the first 3 games because that's all I ever played. I know the later games.
I
kinda fell
mean,
off.
that's
but-
that's valid. That's valid.
And fun fact for those of you who don't know, Spyro the Reignited Trilogy was my first YouTube series.
Yeah.
So I have a very, very big fondness of Spyro. So that's my listing. That's
All right.
the 2As.
All right. Spyro. So, funny enough, I actually did grow up with Spyro back in the day. I grew up with the first 2 Spyro games. Not Year of the Dragon, but yeah, the first one, and Ripto's Rage, also known as the Glamour something in Europe. You know, whatever. And so I do have, like, I grew up with those games. I don't own them physically anymore because my cousins ended up taking them. But I do have a lot of fond memories of playing those. And of course, I recently played through those games earlier this year. Don't worry, I'll eventually play Year of the Dragon probably later this year. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And you know, like, I love his design. He's just a little dude. He's like a little like dragon boy. Like,
Ooh, man.
like he's honestly kind of cute.
Yeah.
So,
We'll
and
love
as
him.
far as like 3D platformers are concerned, I'd say he's honestly the best of that style.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. If we're talking like strictly platformers, I'd say he's probably my favorite platformer. Well, okay, I guess Shantae's technically a platformer, but we'll get to her later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spyro, fantastic. Master Chief, I mean, it's a similar rule with like Doom Guy, where it's like it's a rule of cool. But he has, like, he actually, like, you know, I don't want to say he has a personality, but like he at least like is very emotive with his movements. I mean, for fuck's sake, at the very beginning of Halo 3, where he just straight up puts the fucking like magnum up to like the neck / like mouth of fucking Arby, like, it shows that, like, yeah, he doesn't take shit from like anyone.
Yeah.
But also, I just feel like he's just an example of like, he's just the best example of just like a faceless character being badass that just like basically allows other people to kind of go into his shoes without feeling compromised with like any sort of weird backstory or like knowing too much about him. Granted, they tried doing that bullshit in later games, but they since backpedal on that. Well, except for this shitty fucking TV show, but that doesn't count. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, like as far as that, he's the best example of that. And of course, Luke Skywalker. I mean, many people definitely say that he's like, you know, the best like example of like a hero in, you know,
A sci-fi setting.
like in well, I was about to say cinema.
Oh, cinema,
and
yeah.
That's completely valid. Like, I mean, hell, I actually rewatched A New Hope earlier, like this month. Unfortunately, right before James Earl Jones passed away. Rest in peace. But I rewatched New Hope, and just even as early as that, like, you know, you kind of see him just like struggling in a more, you know, smaller scale setting, but eventually learns that, yeah, he has to like get into this wider conflict, not just for his sake, but for the sake of the entire galaxy. And eventually him learning about his, you know, lineage motivates him even more to leading himself to becoming a Jedi Knight. And just being one of the few characters that I would say is purely good. Like, that, and, well, let's just, like, lest we forget about Legends Luke, because holy shit, Legends Luke is OP. I, like, if you thought that, like, you know, they made him into a bitch in the sequel trilogy, just go look up, like, books, comics, and video games that feature Luke in, like, you know, from before 2014, because, oh my god, they made him even more of a badass, and still reigns in, like, holds a lot of the weight of, like, the original movies to those things, so Luke is a fantastic character.
Legends, the one with, like, Triclops and all that?
Triclops was a stupid thing, obscure, stupid thing from Legends.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if I remembered that was Legend. Yeah, definitely read the Legends books, because Luke is a badass in those.
But those aren't my favorite characters.
Yep, we get to your actual faves.
Which, I mean, I guess you can go first.
Okay. Well, obviously, the first on here is Shantae.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to give Shantae an A tier. I absolutely love the vibe Shantae has. Obviously, a good character, you know, from what I've seen, a good character. I'm surprised. I need to actually play Shantae for myself. Again, it's one of those I've seen played. But Shantae seems like it's so up my alley, too. Like, it seems like such a game I would absolutely enjoy.
How have I played most of the games and you haven't touched a single one?
Because most of the, like, I feel like most, I don't know. I played a lot of games. It's just a lot of them aren't on the list.
Guy. Like,
I am the anime guy. Shantae has such art style I absolutely love. But, like, for everything I know about Shantae, I'm willing to put her in A. I gotta give Shantae the A tier.
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm gonna put her in S tier. Besides reasons, shut up. I do actually find her to be a genuinely fun character. She's very, like, snarky, but, like, not, like, every time. Like, she's only snarky whenever she's, like, kind of annoyed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But she's pretty caring about, like, you know, it's weird, because it's, like, she does kind of have that sort of, like, I don't want to say friendship, like, is, like, you know, magic thing. Like, it's similar, but it's not exactly that. But she kind of has that vibe. But generally is a lot more just kind of I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to describe, but basically, like, I just like the way in which she basically just she cares about like her friends as well as her uncle, and how she basically learns to basically just kind of use her basically like use her powers in a more respectable way over time.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, obviously, a lot of her banter with her and Risky Boots is pretty funny. Just the weird, just sort of like taunts that she has at Risky Boots is pretty funny.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Shantae, solid character. And I mean, I met Christina V earlier this year, so
I thought love Christina V.
yeah, she was great. I was surprised that she was a bit more like reserved. Like, I didn't think she was gonna like. I didn't realize that she was more of an introvert.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which I mean, fair, I guess.
Yeah,
I am
she's
too.
extremely talented.
So
Yeah, and then I guess next up on your list we had Jenny Wakeman.
yeah,
My Life as a Teenage. Okay, I want to preface this. I absolutely love My Life as a Teenage Robot. I think it's a great show, and I do like Jenny. I do have to put her in the B tier though. I love Jenny. Don't get me wrong. I still think the
heresy.
if I were to be biased, I put her in A. If I were to be biased, I put her in A, maybe F. But
What a shame.
I didn't say I hated her. Well, I just have to think. I still think she's an amazing character. But obviously, yes, she's still like.
How can you put Jenny in a B tier when her and Shantae are almost identical?
She well. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll put her in A. I will put her in A.
I'll take A. I'll take A. Okay.
She's not going to be above some characters, but she will be in A at least. But I mean, it's. I think I'm also comparing like a lot of the teenage hero sort of stuff to, because I still think Kim Possible did it absolutely best. I absolutely like Kim Possible. I still like Teenage Robot more. But thinking about like the standard, that's why I don't place her in S. The only reason. But if you are someone that watches that somehow hasn't seen My Life as a Teenage Robot, please go watch it. It's actually great.
Too bad Nickelodeon doesn't want to acknowledge its existence, which is pretty sad.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just.
Hey, you're good. You're so flabbergasted by my initial B.
Yeah, no, that was stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. That's a great reaction.
Yeah, you're objectively wrong. Because I would argue that Jenny is the better character than Kim Possible.
Okay.
Specifically because I feel like with Jenny, I feel like she has a bit more of a range of emotions, but like they aren't contradictory with each other. Like, because unlike a character like Steven, which I get annoyed with that shit, Jenny balances it way more to where it's not like something that defines like her, like, you know, like her changing of emotions. It doesn't like define her per se. Like, and she learns how to like eventually control a lot of those emotions. And especially when you consider the fact that like she also like has a lot of these different like abilities, and she tries to counterbalance being like this hero when she just wants to be just at least a somewhat normal teenager. It's you know, like in a weird sense it's kind of relatable. Like, you know, she originally wanted to like, you know, basically like, you know, stand out and like be in the in crowd, but eventually learns that she doesn't have to do that. Like,
Yeah.
and that's just like a character arc that I do appreciate, especially when you add on, that element of like her being a hero and the amount of villains that she has to fight, and even just the relationship that she has with her creator slash mom, and then Brad, and okay, we don't acknowledge fucking or not acknowledge, but we don't acknowledge Sheldon from season 1.
Yeah.
But it's just I feel like, well, yes, Kim Possible walked Jenny, like she walked so that Jenny could be made. And well, it's honestly kind of the reason why like I like both Jenny and Shantae, like, and I kind of have them together a lot because they're honestly very similar to each other, like as far as like their character development, character traits. But it's just a trait that those are traits that I like. So
Yeah.
that, and also a particular bias of me during high school, but we don't acknowledge, like, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, that's fair.
My 2022 February tier list and the past tier list that you and I did will explain everything. But alas, they are not the top.
Yeah.
Because you guys know what the top is.
Yep, and this is what I'm glad to put in S tier.
Yes. You better put him in S tier.
Sly Cooper.
Yes. My boy. The boy that I'm cosplaying. Of course, you guys knew he was going to be S tier.
Yeah.
But I'll let you talk first. So.
All right, you better. I'm just kidding. So obviously Sly Cooper, one of the OG PlayStation trio guys, which makes me feel bad that Jack's all the way in B when I have Ratchet and Sly in S. But I have no shame either a bit.
Well,
but
I mean, hot take, Jack is just the weakest out of the three.
Jack is the weakest link.
Like, which I know, like, he's more popular than Sly, but Sly's the best. Don't at me.
Mm-hmm. Like, Sly at least has a consistent personality. The Sly games are very consistent.
Yeah.
Hence, also the Ratchet games as well. If it weren't for that changeover, I think Jack could do a little better on the tier list. But...
Well, I mean, I've said this before, but like, okay. So I'm showcasing this because I like showing that.
Of course.
But like, I've said it before, like, Sly Cooper, I do consider to be one of those franchises that just straight up doesn't have a bad game. Like, it's a series that is just consistent overall. Oh, Thieves in Time sucks. No, it doesn't.
And I think that was a fun one. Like, okay, as long as you're not being an asshole about it, you don't like Thieves in Time, okay. Fair enough.
There are too many people who are like that, and it's pretty sad. Like,
But like, I enjoyed Thieves in Time. I played it.
And of course, obviously the PS2 games like Slice 1, 2, 3, 2 in particular being my favorite game of all time. So, of course, like, I appreciate, and also, like, what's kind of weird about Sly? I don't want to say he has exact parallels because he still has like a different arc, but he, in a weird way, he has some very similar things as like he has some similar sort of motifs that like Luke Skywalker has. Like, it's kind of hard to describe, but like, the fact that like he was basically like, an orphan kid. I know Luke technically wasn't, but like, he was adopted by like other...
Yeah, by his aunt and uncle.
By his aunt and uncle.
Still orphaned.
Still orphaned. And, like them basically just kind of, learning about their, ancestral past and just the powers that they have to ultimately defeat the dark evil that they kind of like, go up against. Like, it's, and well, I've made this joke before, but I half jokingly say this. Sly is he's basically a Force user. Like he's basically a Jedi in everything but name.
In a sense, yeah. In a sense, he
Yeah,
definitely has 4 cents at the least.
like
Because like,
I know that's headcanon shit, but I don't care. Like
how many people do you see that can see blue fucking sparkles for where you can sneak?
I mean, how many people can turn invisible at an instant?
True.
Or like slow down
time.
time, or like slow down time, or like
Or even stop it.
yeah, stop. He's a Jedi! Like, come on! How is he not a Jedi? Like
Fan artist, if you haven't already,
like
you know what to do.
he's more OP than people think. Like, people don't realize how OP he is. If he can literally stop time, or like slow it down, like he's arguably one of the more powerful characters on this list.
Yeah.
Like he's at least as powerful as Aang. At least with
At
that.
least.
Like, but yeah, no, like, I love Sly. He's my favorite character of all time. And, I mean, yes, I do have, like, you know, I obviously do also love the other characters, and, well, let's just say I even have a little soft spot for a few more characters that are behind me for specific reasons I'm not going into now.
Yeah. Paxter Stump, you're my favorite character.
I love how you just like focused, like you purposely focused on just like the only like non-characters that are back there.
I'm a talent, what can I say? But
It is weird that I don't have like a has-been or hello box character, although to be fair, there's not really heroes. But yeah, in any event, that was the hero tier list. Do you want to share yours so that I can like?
well, absolutely. Let me download image here.
I DM'd Goldie, but he hasn't responded back, so I don't know.
So as they might be. Oh, let me download, save or download. Okay.
I might have to.
Oh
ping
yeah, I
him.
can save image as.
Yeah, I know it's been a while since you've like. Don't
Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've done this hero tier list.
Mhm.
And I tried to match up as best as I could to where placement wise, some of it might be a bit inaccurate, but the tiers are at least are correct.
I mean, if you need to like share the screen, I can switch over.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I already sent you the my tier list.
Well, I was thinking it might actually be better if like you share the screen so I can share it.
Oh, yeah.
So that I don't have to
gotcha.
keep like changing the.
I got you. I could share my screen here. So, hero. Full life. Okay, yep.
All right.
Well, let me know when you see.
All right, I see it. All right, there we go.
Okay, sweet. So obviously we got our adult nose because I generally do not know.
I like how all of us just put Harry Potter in F.
Well, once you started talking about, like, wait, he is very basic vanilla cookie cutter as they get.
I hate Harry Potter so much.
He's more
You have
vanilla
no
than
idea how
vanilla.
much I hate Harry Potter. Like,
Of course, we got our good old D tiers here. Get better. We have our C tiers. I'm so sorry for what they did to you. And of course, we got our B tiers. We got a bunch of freaking A tiers.
you're a
See, she's
hero
up there.
lover. Like, you love your
Apparently,
heroes.
I love me some heroes. I especially love me these heroes. Especially. You know, all great heroes. But no, that's pretty much my list. Again, I'm so sorry, Jack. That you
My
cannot
God.
join your other two up on the S tier. Maybe one day I'll change my mind. But that's pretty much it on my end. Like,
Fair.
I'm pretty satisfied with those results.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. If you don't mind, I'm gonna wait a few minutes for Goldie to like potentially respond. I don't know if he's going to actually respond. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that like,
Better safe than sorry.
yeah, I just want to make sure that it's on the stream because like he left halfway through. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, yeah, I already made my announcements. Do you want to make any announcements for your channel for anyone who might be
Or-
interested?
Okay. Well, I guess I'm doing YouTube again. Obviously, I stream regularly 4 times a week on Twitch, twitch.tv/Psymori. I'm doing YouTube videos again over at youtube.com/@Psymori. I've been uploading Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom videos that are just edited down from the VODs themselves. I'll have 2 more this week, 2 more next week, and then I'll be starting another series along with Tears right after. And I'll eventually be doing short content as well, so keep your eyes out for whenever I do that
Yeah,
eventually.
you're gonna join me on the YouTube Shorts game.
Yep, all the shorts. And I've got my music stuff. I'll hopefully maybe open music commissions soon. I just want to get a few more under my belt.
Yeah.
That's really all I think I could think of besides the fact I'll also be doing some voice acting like video stuff. So keep your eyes out for that as well. I got a lot planned for upcoming.
Yeah, like I said at the very beginning, I'll be doing my like tomorrow night I'll be doing my Caspian Awards for 2001 because I originally tried recording that last month, but literally halfway through the recording it rained really loud and it fucked with like the audio, which pissed me off.
Yeah.
So I'll make sure to be redoing that. So stay tuned for that. And I think I'm going to be taking Tuesday off so that I can work on trying to get the 2000 Casting Awards ready, because I've been doing loose research for that throughout this entire month, but I just want to make sure I can finalize that before I can present it on Wednesday. And of course, Thursday I'll be packing so I can get ready for my flight. And then you know, so that means I'll be gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I'll try to I could try to see if I can like get a stream for next Monday. Cuz I'm going to be honest, like I know like last Monday I did do a stream just kind of saying that like I may end up leaving Twitch, but considering that you know, the Gmod stream and the Warhammer stream that I did a few like the past few days actually did like there's some people kind of interacting. Like I'm not gonna lie, I actually want to see if you guys are interested in seeing what I'm gonna be doing for October, because there's been a few streams I've been wanting to do this month, but I just didn't do because not only school but also just kind of personal reasons that I won't get into now. Like
Yeah.
so. But
Heck yeah. Let's go.
So yeah, like, and of course I'll still make sure that like I'll be doing some shorts content. Hell, I might actually be doing some YouTube shorts from LA Comic Con, depending on how that goes. So, but yeah. Okay, Goldie has not responded back, which is concerning me.
His internet might just be that down too as well.
Well, like
even if unless he got so frustrated he fell asleep. Which if that's the case, I could understand, considering all the issues he was having towards there.
I mean, maybe. Just want to make sure that his thoughts were at least like, because you know I don't like having the VOD split up. So.
It's fair. That's fair.
Hold on, let me see if I can. By the way, this part's gonna get cut off. By the way, I'm not saving this in the YouTube VOD. So.
Alrighty.
Hold on. Let me do something.
Okay.
Alright. God damn it. No.
And again, like I said, probably a sleeping out of frustration sort of thing, probably.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully. Yeah, whatever. I'll make sure that, like, he'll post his tier list on the, in our Discord, because I have a dedicated area for people to post their tier lists over there. Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, he just posted his. Okay.
Oh, he just posted his. Okay.
Okay.
Thank goodness. Let's go.
All right. So, that was last second.
Yeah. Holy shit.
All right, let me.
Wait. So he DM'd you it?
Yeah, he DM'd me it. Yeah, he's.
Okay, sweet.
All right, let me. Shit, hold on. I gotta switch this up.
Hmm.
All right, there we go. All right. All right, so let's see what he did. All right.
Oh, we'll see. Obviously, Harry Potter in D tier.
All right, so he did. Oh, Jason Bourne, he didn't know. Dang. Yeah, Harry Potter, valid. Oh my god, he said the same thing with Katniss.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, thank God he put Jenny, Shantae in A tier, and Sly Cooper in
I
in
feel
S.
like I'm getting judged by that.
Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm surprised he put Indiana Jones that high. And Tony Stark.
Oh,
Like, that's
I'm
interesting.
surprised about Tony Stark.
I mean, other than your guys' objectively wrong take on Sonic, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. I'm surprised about the Star one. But again, I guess if we're not counting that final season.
Oh,
could,
yeah.
I could see it.
I could see it.
Like,
Put the Doctor at A tier, dang.
Hey, okay.
Interesting.
See you.
And then...
Ow.
So... Oh, he didn't know Percy Jackson. I'll probably tell him that was Percy Jackson. I'll probably tell him that was the prince from Prince of Persia, because like
Okay.
I know he knows them. It's just he
Yeah.
may not recognize them.
Yeah, probably not.
But yeah, that's
No, not a bad list there.
yeah, and yeah, not
He
too bad.
He
But-
didn't put Jenny in B tier.
Didn't put any in what?
Hey, he didn't put Jenny in B tier.
I've been so upset if he did. He put Ratchet in B tier though.
Okay, I mean he put Sly in S tier at least for you.
Yeah,
So
that's why.
you're a happy camper there.
Yeah, that's why I clap. That's why the audience is clapping. But in all seriousness, though, all good things have to come to an end. And well, this was a long stream. Again, thank you for joining me, Psymori. And again, if you're watching this, Goldie, thank you for joining in. I'll make sure to text you that. So, but of course, before we go, again, make sure you guys check out Goldie's Instagram and Psymori's Twitch, because, you know, I've been friends with Psymori for a long time. and he would absolutely love it if you guys check out his Twitch because he's been doing a lot of content over there. And of course, go check out Goldie's Instagram. Like, I know he said that he doesn't post as often, but
yeah, but when he does,
yeah, but like when he does, like, so yeah, go check him out right now.
yeah, do it now.
So, and yeah, hopefully, next tier list is not going to be a scuffed. So,
Hopefully not. We'll see. We'll see. It is a Twitch stream, so.
yeah. But in any event, that's gonna be it for tonight. Again, if you guys stayed until the end, you guys are legends. Like, and of course, if you guys can over here, make sure to hit that follow button down below and turn on the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below as well, specifically Discord, YouTube, SoundCloud. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. I would definitely greatly appreciate it if you guys do. And if you want to directly support me, at least on the Twitch side, of course, you can hit the subscribe button. I mean, we've only got like one day left until like the 50% off subs thing. So
25% off.
25%
or 50. 25, 50, somewhere around there.
So if you guys want to directly support me, you guys can. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. But regardless of all that, though, make sure to share the stream to everyone else and continue to be awesome people in the process. But until then, I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night and peace out.
Bye.
Yay.